Good morning. This is Betty Rankin Widgeon. I am the appointed master in this matter, which is formal complaint number 103. Counsel, would you please state your names for the record at this time?
Good morning, Laura Weingarten. I am one of two co-disciplinary counsels.
Thank you.
Good morning, Michael Ashcraft. I'm the attorney on behalf of Judge Tracy Green.
All right, thank you. And good morning, Judge Green.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tracy Green.
Thank you. And I see that Mr. Helen is in the waiting room, so we'll bring him in at this time. While he's coming in, good morning, Ms. Jorgensen. It's good to see you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Judge. I'm here too, even though I think I'm still invisible.
All right, thank you, Mr. Helen. You just gone through there you are. If you want to state your name for the record, please.
Lynn Helland with the Judicial Tenure Commission.
All right, thank you. Counsel, I believe that we are ready to get back to our witness, who is Mr. Gary Davis Head Jr. We will be referring to him as Max, as he has requested, but at this point, we'll have him come in and I will swear him in and remind him of the two additional orders, the sequestration order and the order regarding the hearing and witness protocol. Anything before I do that from either side?
No.
All right, thank you.
Nothing.
Thank you. All right, and he is actually where at this time, because I don't see anyone in the waiting room.
I'm right here.
Okay, you are there. Can you put your video on, please?
Yeah. Is it on? I turned it on. Can you see me?
I can't see you yet, and while we're waiting for that to happen,
I will go look into that. He is using the name Camila because he's using a laptop in the name of our assistant, and he's just down the hall. But let me go find out about the video.
All right, and I'm just going to change that name right now temporarily so we know who it is. But if you will find out about the video, please.
I think that backlighting causes the glare behind us.
Yeah, that's better.
Easier in everyone else's eyes, including our own. Sorry, Becky, I forgot to say good morning to you. Good morning.
Can you hear me?
Tried to drink my coffee on my ears, but it was too hot.
Judge,
Yes,
the IT person is going to jump in, so I just want you to think we got a loose bandit here, but he's going to jump in to try to give a little assistance. And I so apologize. Give us 2 shakes of a second, please.
not a problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Mhm.
We'll give it another 5 minutes. If it appears that the resolution is going to take longer than that, then we can stop recording and streaming and then come back on as soon as we are ready. But let's just wait another 5 minutes. It might be a quick fix.
I'm gonna disconnect Judge and log him back in per IT. Hold on.
Sure.
Judge, just testing my microphone again. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you.
Judge, Lynn and I are going to swap out computers. You guys won't be able to see him, but we're gonna swap out until we get mine resolved. All right, thanks.
All right, I'm in now. They fixed it. I don't know how, but they did. Wait, now I can't hear you guys.
We didn't speak. Can you hear me?
I thought she was unmuted. Yeah, they can. Yeah, they can hear me.
We can hear you.
All right, I think, are you able to hear me now, Max?
Yeah, I didn't know you were muted, and I saw you talking. I thought you were saying something to me.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Council, I think we're ready to begin this morning by continuing with Max's testimony. And Max, I'm getting ready to swear you in again. I'll
Mhm.
give you the regular oath, and then I'm going to talk to you again about the sequestration and also the order regarding what goes on in the hearing as far as what other kinds of sign-in devices, cell phones, things like that, that you're not supposed to have access to. All right?
Mhm.
All right,
Right.
let's start with you raising your right hand, please.
All right.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm that your testimony today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Please state your name.
Gary Davis Head Jr.
Thank you. And I understand, Gary, that you would like for us to call you Max during this hearing. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
All right, and so you will have to say yes or no.
I know.
I'd be tempted to do the but we'll remind you if that comes up. Let's talk about the sequestration order. I explained last time that sequestration is basically talking about your not being able to talk to anyone about your testimony or them talking to you about your testimony during the time that this hearing is going on until you are released from that order. That is, I would tell you, or Ms. Weingarten would tell you that the judge has released you from that order. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes.
All right, thank you. The sequestration includes, it prohibits you from, except while testifying by Zoom, from discussing your testimony in any format or by any means with another witness, from viewing the proceedings on any device, from listening to the proceedings on any device, or accessing or viewing any information about the proceedings via any social media or news outlet. It requires that, it states that you may discuss your testimony. You may discuss the pending formal complaint with counsel for the parties, and you may be shown exhibits by counsel before your testimony. It also states that if there's a failure to serve this order on you by, that would be by counsel, that any violation of the order or failure to serve the order on the witness would be grounds for me to exclude a witness or to exclude the testimony given by that witness before discovery of the violation or the failure. That's mainly for counsel, but that's a part of that order. Any questions regarding that?
No.
All right, and then the second one has to do with that you shall certify that you are alone in the room where you testify or identify all individuals present during the examination. I know we've had some technical difficulty this morning and some people have been assisting you. Are you alone in the room where you're testifying right now?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm by myself.
All right, thank you. You shall not access or review any documents or other materials beyond the relevant trial exhibits, pleadings, transcripts, reports, during your testimony until the trial is over, until the hearing is over. No witness shall have any document within your reach or your sight, anything that you would be using to testify with. No witness shall, if a witness needs to refer to a document, then she or he may do so only if invited to do so by counsel or approved by the master. Now, we may do some screen sharing, and of course, if we do, you would be invited to view that particular document or those documents. You shall certify under oath that no one has given you information by any means to assist in your testifying, any information that I and counsel are not able to observe. Do you certify that?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. You shall not have access to any cell phones, laptops, smartwatches, or similar devices in the room where your examination is, other than the device that you're using for your virtual testimony. Do you understand that?
Yeah, but my phone's in my pocket. Where do I have to put it?
Where can he place his phone? Is there a table in that room or can someone hold it for him?
Max, can you put it in the far corner of the room away from you?
Yeah, there's it right here. And then there's some like dressers and stuff over here. I'm gonna go sit on there. All right, it's all the way up there. I don't have.
All right, thank you. So Max, since I've read all those to you, I am asking at this time, do you swear or affirm that you have followed those orders and that you will continue to follow those orders unless and until you are released from them?
Yeah. Yes.
All right, thank you. I can hear you fine now. If it seems that your voice gets low or we need you to repeat something, then we'll do that. But right now, it seems that things are going fine. Thank you. Counsel, are we ready to proceed then?
I am.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Weingarten, please.
Good morning, Max.
Good morning.
Besides saying good morning to each other earlier this morning, have you and I spoken since you testified on June 28th?
No.
Have you talked with anyone about the case since June 28th?
No.
Have you talked with your mother since June 28th?
Not at all.
Have you talked with your brother Russell since June 28th?
No.
Have you talked with your grandma Tracy Green since June 28th?
No.
Have you talked with your father, Gary Davis Head,
No.
since June 28th?
No.
Okay. All right. So when we took a break after June 28th, you were telling us that your dad sent you a Snapchat message and with language he wanted you to write in your own writing in a letter to Uncle John. Is that what you testified about?
Yes.
And then you said you edited the letter that he sent you. Did you say that?
Yes, I did.
What is the reason that you did as your dad asked and wrote the letter to Uncle John?
Because I wanted to talk to him.
You wanted to talk to who?
My dad.
What did you think that letter how would that letter get you to talk to your dad?
Well, he wasn't allowed to talk to me, so I thought the letter would make him allowed to be talk. Like I could talk to him without him getting in any trouble.
So what was the goal in your writing the letter?
That whoever judge will let me talk to my dad.
Okay. When I first asked you about the letter, who did you say told you to write it?
Well, I was all over the place. 1 second, I said my grandmother, Grammy suggested it, and then I was saying that my dad asked her. It was all over the place, so nothing really solid.
Okay, but you did tell me that your Grammy suggested that you write the letter.
Yes, I did. That's not true, but yes, I did say that.
Okay, so we want you to tell the truth today. You're not in any trouble, okay? So just
All right.
tell the whole truth today.
All right.
Do you remember going to Kids Talk on May 12th of this year and talking to a lady named Letitia about the letter to John?
Yes.
When you talked with her, who did you say told you to write the letter?
Probably Grammy. I don't remember 100% what I said, but that's what makes sense to me. It's not true, but that's what I said.
Okay. After the day you went to Kids Talk and talked to Letitia, did you communicate with your Grammy?
Yeah, just one more time though.
Okay.
Like
How
I
did you?
called her. I
You
called her and then yeah,
All right. Did you call her or text her?
I called her.
And what did you talk about?
I didn't tell her about my Kids Talk, but I told her that I went to Kids Talk, and I didn't say nothing about it though. And then wait, if I did, oh yeah, the only thing I told, oh yeah, because you know how I lied on her, and I told her why I had lied on her, and I told her that I don't know. I was saying that I didn't tell her everything, but I told her that I told them that she did it because I know that she didn't do it, and I was wondering if she could back it up because I didn't want my dad to get in trouble.
Okay, so let's go back and explore that, okay? So you say you called your Grammy and you told her you went to Kids Talk. And did you tell her that they questioned you about a letter?
Yeah, I did.
And did you tell them that you told Kids Talk that she's the one who had you write the letter?
Yes.
And did you say that to her that you wanted her to back you up so that your dad didn't get in trouble?
Yes, I did.
What was her response?
She didn't really say nothing. She just, well, what she really was telling me was that we couldn't talk anymore till after the case was over, because her lawyer told her that we couldn't talk anymore. So she didn't really say if she was going to do it or not. She just said that we couldn't talk till after the case was over.
What number did you call?
I don't know it by heart. I used to, but I don't know it right now.
If I
Just
said
just
it,
one moment, Ms. Weingarten, I think your voice dropped and we didn't hear you, the end of your last sentence, the last question that you were asking him. What number did you, and then it broke.
my question was, what number did you call her from?
Oh, what number did I call her from?
Yes.
I don't remember it. It was my old phone number.
If I said the number, would you recognize it?
If you said the last 4 numbers, I'll probably recognize it.
Your Honor, may I have permission to lead in that way?
Yes, you may.
Is the number you called from 313-971-3195?
I think so, yeah. That sounds like it.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
That sounds like it.
What number did you call your Grammy at?
What, when I called her, what was her number?
Yes.
I don't remember it.
If I said it, would you recognize it?
Probably not.
Has your Grammy always had the same cell phone number?
Yeah, for as long as I can remember. But
Okay.
I don't.
I'm going to ask you about 2 different phone numbers and see if you recognize whose numbers these were or are, okay?
Mhm.
The
Sure.
first one is 313-307-8077.
Yeah, that's my house phone. That's Gigi's house phone number.
Okay, whose house phone is that?
My great grandmother on my mom's side.
Okay, and I'm going to ask you about another number and ask if you recognize this number, 313-955-6334.
9556. Yeah, is that my old phone number? I think so. Like, I think that's my old phone number, but I'm not sure.
Okay, so like we talked about, don't guess. If you don't know, it's fine. Just say you don't know, okay?
All right.
All right, so you believe you called your Grammy after the Kids Talk interview. Did you also communicate with her in any other way?
No, not after that. After that, no, I didn't talk to her at all.
If the Kids Talk interview was on May 12th, did you have a text message conversation with her on May 14th?
I don't think over text. I might have called her, but I don't think it was a text message conversation. I'm not saying I didn't for sure, but I don't remember it. It's possible, but I don't remember.
Okay. Did you ever have a text conversation with your Grammy that you texted and he texted and she hung up? You texted and you hung up. Did that ever happen? Like a split-second text?
Yeah,
All right,
that's what I was.
just a moment. I think something was missing there too. Is that what you were indicating, Ms. Jorgensen?
Yes, it is, Judge. Thank you.
All right, you have to re-ask that question. We just couldn't hear it all.
Okay. A few days after you went to Kids Talk, did you have a text conversation with your Grammy where you texted and hung up very quickly? She texted and hung up very quickly. You texted and hung up very quickly, such that it looks like you didn't have even a few seconds worth of conversation.
All right, so
that's not
I'm
what I was
sorry,
saying.
just a moment, Max. We're hearing most of it, and I think the word you're saying is frequently, but it keeps breaking up when you say it. So we're going to have to ask you to ask that one more time.
Okay, Max, a few days after you went to Kids Talk, did you and your Grammy have a text conversation where it was each of you texted very quickly and hung up immediately?
No, I don't. Wait, I think I know what you're talking about, but I don't think that's what it is. If you're talking about before, like when I would tell you that, like that one time I called her on her birthday and she didn't answer, and then she texted me why she couldn't answer. Like I was telling you those were the only times we talked, but I don't think we had any text message conversations after my Kids Talk.
Okay, if I told you that we have the phone bills and it shows that you did have a conversation on the day after the Kids Talk and then the next day after that, do you remember that or don't you?
If we did, it was definitely nothing important. If we texted, I don't remember what it was about.
Okay. After your kids' talk with Letitia, where you said Grammy had you write that letter, did you tell your father that you told Kids Talk that Tracy Green had you write the letter?
No, I didn't talk to my dad at all.
When you told Tracy that you told Kids Talk she's the one who had you write the letter, did she say anything about that?
No, she didn't say anything about it.
Did she tell you that it was wrong of you to lie?
Yes, she did.
Okay, so when you say she didn't tell me anything about the letter, but now you say she told you.
Well, what I mean was like, I thought you were like talking about when I told her that she lied and I asked her back up the lie. No, she didn't say nothing about that. Basically, all she said in total, let me think. She was saying that, well, I'm confused now. When I was on the phone with her, I remember I was at the car wash. I told her that I said, and then she was saying that basically the situation was bad. She didn't say nothing about what I said. She was talking about, like, she didn't have a response to what I said, didn't have nothing to do with what I said. And then she was saying that I told you, remember she said, when I go to court, just tell the truth. That's what she said.
Okay, so did you tell her that you wrote this letter?
Yeah, I told her that I wrote the letter.
Did you tell her what the letter said?
Only the day after Kids Talk. I think, I don't remember, because I didn't know I had to testify about this. So I was thinking I have to remember all the details and stuff. But maybe I did. Oh, wait, yes, I did tell her about the letter. I remember I did.
Did you tell her what the letter said?
I didn't, I just told her that I wrote a letter too. I think I told her to John, but I'm not 100% sure. But I definitely told her that I wrote a letter. And I don't remember if I told her what it was about, any of that. I just remember I for sure told her that I wrote it.
Did you tell her you did it because your father told you to?
Yes, I told her that.
And did you tell her that you told the people at Kids Talk that she's the one who told you to write it?
Yes, I did.
And did she ask you what the letter said?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Did she
I
tell
don't,
you she knew what the letter said?
no, she didn't tell me that.
Did she tell you whether or not you should tell anyone that you lied at Kids Talk?
No, she didn't say that.
Did she tell you that you should tell me that you lied at Kids Talk?
No.
Did she ever tell you what the consequences could be for you if you continue to say that she's the one who told you to write the letter?
No.
Did she ever tell you what the consequences would be for her if you continue to say that she wrote the letter?
No.
Who is the first person you told that she didn't write the letter, but your dad did?
You.
Where were we when you told me that?
Of my great grandmother's house. We were in the dining room.
Okay. And does it sound right that that was on June 11th of 2021?
Yeah.
What was the reason you decided to tell me that Tracy Green didn't urge you to write the letter, but your dad did?
Because you guys were gonna get a search warrant and go through my Snapchat.
Did you
And
know you were going to get caught in that lie?
yes, I did.
Had you made any promises to your dad about the letter and whether you would tell that he sent it to you?
Yes, I promised I want to tell that he did it.
Did you promise that you would say that Tracy Green did it?
No, I just promised that I said that originally I wasn't gonna bring it up at all. But then I remember I told you he made me really upset, and I was like a couple days later I went to Kids Talk, so I was still mad at him. So I wanted them to not take action on the letter at all. I just want them to forget that I did it. But it wouldn't make sense if I sent a letter and then just all of a sudden didn't want it anymore. So I told them that I didn't even want to write the letter, but I remembered I couldn't tell on them, but I didn't want them to I don't want them to do nothing with this letter. You know what I'm saying? So I made up something on the spot
Where were you when you made up something on the spot?
at Kids Talk.
So had you told anyone before you told Letitia at Kids Talk that Tracy Green told you to write this letter?
No, I didn't say anything about it. I just kept it to myself about the letter.
Okay. When did you stop communicating with?
Like,
I'm sorry, Judge, that cut out.
Oh,
Yes.
I can say it again. When did you stop communicating with your grandma Tracy?
I think like a day or two after my kids talk.
Whose decision was it for you to stop communicating with her?
Well, she told me, but I think it was her lawyers. That's what she told me.
Are you sure it was right after Kids Talk, or was it a few weeks later?
I think it was 2 days later.
How did you feel about not being able to communicate with your Grammy anymore?
I didn't think too much about it.
Do you know if it made you happy or sad or something else?
I just didn't think too much about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did anyone help you to communicate with your Grammy after that?
No,
Not her daughter Simone
no, she didn't.
or her husband Andre?
No,
Okay. Have you seen your dad since the date of the sentencing in the criminal case?
yes, I have.
Tell us about that.
I had asked him if I could see him in person, and he originally said no, but then I saw him at this playground
Where was the playground located?
right by my house on Outer Drive.
So that was by the house you were living with your great Grammy?
Yeah,
And did you see your dad that day?
yeah, I did.
Did you give him anything?
No, I didn't give him anything.
Did you give him the letter you wrote to Dear John?
That was a different day.
So did you see your dad on any other days?
Just one more time. It was like a few weeks later, and yeah, he came to the house when Gigi wasn't there.
Do you know what month that was in?
I'm not sure.
Right, so this is July, right?
Yeah, I think it was in April, but I can't say for sure. It was definitely around that time.
Okay. So when he came over, is that the day you gave him the letter for Uncle John?
Yeah. Yeah, he gave me 2 envelopes, and uh he gave me like a postal card with the addresses on it, and he wanted me to write it down on the envelope, and then he put the letter in there. So then the thing would be in my handwriting.
Okay. Did you ever tell your grandma Tracy that you saw your dad in person?
Yes, I did.
How did you communicate that to her? Over what?
I called her a couple days later.
And what is the reason you shared that with her?
I don't know. I just was excited about it because I hadn't seen him in years. And then, yeah,
After which time did you call your Grammy? After the first time you saw your dad or the second time?
the first time.
Was the first time you saw him at the park?
Yeah, that was the first time.
And what month do you think that was in?
I think around April. It was around that time for sure.
When you told Grandma Tracy that you were excited that you got to see your dad, how did you communicate that to her?
I called her.
From whose phone did you call?
I think I like with iPhones, you don't need a phone number, so I just called her from the iPad.
Okay. And did she communicate with you about your seeing your dad?
Yeah, she told me that was not good when I told her.
Did she tell you why she thought it was not good?
Maybe I'm not 100% sure, but I remember she was definitely saying that was not a good thing.
Did
She said she
give
was
you-
happy that I saw him, but that wasn't supposed to happen.
Okay, did she give you any advice or orders?
No, I don't think so.
Uh, Did she tell you whether or not you should tell anyone that you saw your dad?
Well, she did tell me that, but I think I told her that I wasn't going to tell anybody.
Did she give you any instructions about telling anybody?
Asked and answered.
Any response?
If it was asked and answered, I stand corrected.
All right. You may ask that question, and I don't know if it was exactly asked in that way. Go ahead and ask it, and then we'll move on.
Max, did your Grammy give you any instructions about telling anyone that you saw your dad?
I don't think so.
While you were communicating with her, did she ever apologize to you for putting makeup on your injuries?
No,
Well, while you were communicating with her, did she ever apologize for not helping you get out of your father's house?
no,
While you were communicating with her, did she ever apologize for not calling CPS or the police about the way your father treated you?
no.
All right, I'm going to switch topics now, okay?
All right.
The day that CPS came to your home and removed you and your brothers and sisters was June 24th of 2018, okay?
Okay.
When they came to the house and talked with you, did you tell them the truth?
Yeah, I told him the truth.
You told us that a light-skinned female police officer was talking with you at your home that day. Do you remember that?
Yeah,
And you said you liked her, she was nice?
yeah,
Okay. Did you tell her the truth about what had happened to you?
yeah, I think so, unless I made a mistake.
Okay. Did you tell her any lies at all on purpose?
Definitely not on purpose. I can say that for sure.
What do you remember about telling the police or CPS that day about whether you wanted to be placed with your grandma Tracy?
Oh, I remember that I didn't want to go over there because I thought my dad was gonna come over there. That's the main reason I didn't want to go over there. So I don't remember what I had said to ask them to not go over there, but I do remember I was asking them if they could, if we go somewhere else, because I thought my dad was gonna come to our house.
Did you give them any other reasons why you didn't want to go to your grandma Tracy's house?
Yes, I remember I did, but I don't remember what the reasons were.
Whatever the reason you gave them, was it the truth?
Yeah, I didn't tell any lies, but I don't remember what I said.
Okay. So you've been interviewed or talked to a lot of times about this whole situation, haven't you?
Yeah.
Did you ever write down or memorize the dates of when you went to Kids Talk or when you went to court or when you talked to me or anything like that?
No,
Now,
I never.
excuse me, Ms. Weingarten, that broke up in the first part of your question, so you're going to have to ask that again.
Okay. Max, did you ever write down or memorize what dates you went to Kids Talk or what dates you went to court, what dates you talked to me?
No, I never wrote down anything.
Did you memorize those dates?
No.
Is your memory about what happened on June 24th of 2018 better when it was closer in time to that date or better now?
It was better a couple months ago. Right now, it's like I remember some things, but I don't remember everything. I just remember the main stuff.
Okay. After you were removed from your home, you were interviewed by Kids Talk a few days later. Do you remember that or not?
Yeah, I remember that.
Do you remember that at Kids Talk, the person who interviewed showed you a camera on the wall and told you that the interview was being recorded?
Yes.
Do you remember what you and that person talked about at that interview?
No, I don't. Well, I remember it was stuff about my dad, but I don't remember what I said. I don't remember anything about the actual interview.
Do you remember if Tracy Green's name ever came up in the conversation?
Probably, that's probably when I said something about the makeup.
Okay, are you guessing or do you know?
I don't know for sure, but I'm pretty sure. Like, I can't say 100%, but I'm pretty sure.
So if I told you that that at that interview there was no mention of Tracy Green's name or Grammy's name, could you be mistaken?
Yeah, I guess I'd be wrong then.
Okay. Do you know at that first Kids Talk interview whether you were asked any questions about Tracy Green putting makeup on you?
I don't remember.
Do you know who the topic of conversation was?
I guess it was my dad. I don't remember everything, but I guess so.
Okay, so again, we don't want you to
Oh,
guess.
yeah.
If you don't know, it's okay. Just say you don't know.
Okay.
So do you know what the topic of conversation was?
No.
Do you know who the topic of conversation was about?
No.
Do you remember going back to Kids Talk for another interview a few months later in August?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember that at that time the interviewer showed you a camera on the wall and told you it was being recorded?
Yes.
Do you know what the topics of conversation were at that interview?
No, I'm not 100% sure.
Do you know who the interview was about, whose conduct the interview was about?
No.
Did you tell the interviewer the truth about everything?
Unless I made a mistake or I was just straight up wrong, or like guessing or something like that, then I don't think so.
Okay. And do you remember at Kids Talk, they go over rules about no guessing?
Yes.
So you understood that you're not allowed to guess, right?
Yeah, then probably not. But unless I made a mistake, then I guess.
Okay. So are you, when you say probably not, are you saying you probably not guess at Kids Talk?
Like, I don't remember everything. I don't think that I guess, but it's possible. I don't really remember too much.
One moment, Ms. Weingarten. I don't know that Ms. Jorgensen got that last question that you asked. Could you back up and ask that again, please? It had to do with when he, Ms. Jorgensen, would you just read the last thing that you did get, please?
Yes, Your Honor. So the last full question I had was, so you don't understand that you're not allowed to guess, right?
Okay. I can rephrase that. So Max, at Kids Talk, you said that they went over the rules with you, and one of the rules was you can't guess, right?
Yes.
So did you do your best to follow the rules at Kids Talk?
Yes.
Okay. Just, it's the same rule we have here today, right? We don't want
Yes.
you to guess. Okay. Do you know at that second Kids Talk in August, whether anybody asked you questions about makeup?
I don't know. It was one of those kids talks, but I don't know if it was the second one.
Okay. So that's good. If you don't know, say you don't know. Do you know whether or not you were asked whether you showed Grandma Tracy your injuries?
It was one of those kids talks, but I don't know if it was that one.
Okay.
Oops, my bad.
Do you know whether or not you said that Tracy Green knew about the beatings?
One of those kids talks. I don't remember anything about a specific kids talk. But yeah, that was said in one of those kids talks, but I don't know which one.
Okay. Do you know whether or not at the second Kids Talk, you said that Tracy knew about the beatings because your dad told her he beat you kids?
Wait. Oh, yeah, I for sure said that. I just don't know which kids talk it was.
Okay. How do you know that he told her that he beat you kids?
Well, I remember I mentioned that one time that Russell was about to get in trouble, and she came over to visit Nana, I guess. She was in the downstairs, and I think we told him, and then she talked to my dad about it, and I know that he didn't lie about it. So what did they say? I don't know, but yeah. There was some time specifically where I remember them talking about it. So that I don't know if he straight up said, yeah, I do it, but I know that she knew for sure.
One moment, Mr. Ashcraft, were you making an objection? I thought I heard something, but
Yes, Judge. Thank you. The objection was hearsay. He was about to go into something that he was going to attribute to his father.
Judge, it's not hearsay because it doesn't go to the truth of the matter asserted. It goes to Judge Green's state of mind at the time.
further response or objection, Mr. Ashcraft?
Yes, Judge, I maintain the objection that it's hearsay if he's going to communicate what his father allegedly said to my client at a particular setting that he has already testified. He's not even sure he recalls anything occurring during a particular sitting.
All right, thank you. I remember the lead up to this question and I will accept it, not for the truth of the matter asserted. Continue.
Thank
So
you, Judge.
Max, wait, Mr. Anderson, trying to speak.
He just said, thank you, Judge. And so we're ready for you to continue.
Okay, so Max, you're allowed to tell us how you know that Tracy Green knew about the beatings because your dad. How do you know your dad?
I'm sorry, that's breaking up.
All right, so the last parts of what you were saying, they get cut off for some reason. Max, she's going to ask a question again, but before you answer, I'll hear if there is an objection to the form of the question. Go ahead, Ms. Weingarten, just ask the question.
Max, how do you know that your dad told Tracy Green that he beat you kids, and that's how she knew that?
In one moment, Max. Objection?
Thank you, Judge. The objection is foundation and speculation and mischaracterizes testimony. Max just testified in the last 2 minutes that he does not recall if his father, quote, straight up, close quote, told her or that she knew.
Any response, Ms. Weingarten?
Could I lay a foundation?
Please.
Max, did you ever hear your dad tell your Grammy that he beat you kids?
One moment. Any objection to that question?
Yes, Judge, it's the same objection based upon hearsay.
All right. Ms. Weingarten, any response?
My response is the same, that it does not go to the truth of the matter asserted.
All right. Max, I'm going to allow you to answer that question. Did you hear the question?
Yes, I did.
All right, go ahead.
Well, I'm not even gonna lie, all this stuff I barely remember. So I don't remember how I knew that or any of that stuff. I barely remember anything. So I don't know. That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay, so I'm going to try to refresh your memory with a transcript, which is a question and answer document that someone typed up, and see if this refreshes your memory. And if it doesn't, you just say so, okay?
All right.
I'm going to screen share. Whoops, that wasn't what I meant to screen share. Hold on. Okay, Max, can you see what I just screen shared?
Yes.
Okay, I'm looking at line 22 on page, hang on. On
I'm
page
sorry,
20.
That
Ms.
is not,
Weingarten,
it's not
we
open
see,
yet.
yeah, we see your index. We don't see the actual document.
Okay, what do I do now? Okay, this is, I see now my index and I see the document. Do you not see the document?
We do not. I don't know what happens if you double click on that again, but we don't see the document yet.
Should I try new share? Let me try that. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay,
Max, are you able to see that document?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
okay. Okay, did you testify, and I'm on page 46 of the second Kids Talk transcript, line 22. But I heard her one time tell him, she said, "What is going on?" He said, "I beat my kids." She said, "Okay, Gary." Did you tell the Kids Talk interviewer that?
I don't know. I don't remember that, but I guess I did say it, but I don't remember that.
Okay, so it's okay if you don't remember, just tell us you don't remember, even if it's in writing, okay?
Okay.
Do you know whether or not Tracy Green heard you screaming when your dad was hitting you?
Well, and I don't think she did unless we were at her house. Like if he slapped me at her house or something like that.
Okay, was there an incident that happened at her house?
Yeah, I got in trouble a couple times at her house. Like one time I hit Russell, this was a long time ago, and he'd be really bad in the basement. And then another time, I forgot what I did, but he had slapped me like I think in the kitchen or like the back porch, something like that. And yeah, I got in trouble a couple times at her house.
Okay, so let's talk about what happened in the basement. Is that where you beat up Russell or slapped Russell?
I think I was like 7 or 8 or something like that, and I hit Russell, and then I got a lot of trouble. My dad took me in the basement. He beat me really bad.
Where was your grandma?
One moment before you ask that question, Ms. Weingarten, do you need to continue sharing your
I
screen?
will stop share, thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Max, where was your grandma Tracy when your dad hit you in the basement?
I don't even know if she was home, but I just know it was her house. I don't even know if she was there.
Okay, you said there was another thing that happened in the kitchen or back porch area, did you say?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You have
Yes.
to say yes or no. Okay.
Yes.
Did somebody get you in trouble that day when you were at Grandma Tracy's house?
I don't remember why I was in trouble. I just remember I got in trouble.
And what did your dad do about it when you got in trouble?
He hit me or something. It's not the clearest memory, but I remember a little bit.
Where were you when you got hit?
Well, I know I was downstairs and I wasn't in the living room, so that means I was like towards the back of the house, and that's all I remember 100%.
Where is the back of the house compared to the kitchen?
The kitchen is the back of the house. Well, it's by the back door.
Okay. Now, that day, did somebody tell your dad something that got you into trouble?
I don't remember. Maybe Katie told him something. I really don't remember.
Okay, so again, we don't want you to guess. So if you don't know,
Yeah.
it's fine. Okay. Do you remember you won't remember the date, but do you remember that I called you at your house around February of 2020, right before COVID started?
No, I don't remember that.
Do you remember having any telephone conversations with me while you
Yeah,
were home?
yeah,
Do
I've
you
been on the
remember
phone
I
with you
told
before.
you, whoops, is there an objection?
Yes,
You were
we were
speaking.
both talking at the same time, so I don't think Ms. Jorgensen got that last question. Maybe the last two questions.
Okay, I'll start over. Max, do you remember me calling to talk to you on the phone when you were at home living with your mother?
Yes.
And do you remember me telling you to go in a room where you're private and neither your mother nor Russell can hear you?
Yes, I remember that.
Okay, did you follow my instructions and were you alone?
Yes, I was by myself.
Do you remember telling me that Simone, Tracy's daughter, told your dad that you did something wrong and that you got beat for it?
I don't remember. I'm not saying that never happened. I just don't remember saying it. I just
Oh.
pricked my finger.
All right. What did you just say?
I pricked my finger. There was like a piece of wood sticking at his table, and I pressed it on accident.
Are you bleeding?
No, I'm fine.
Okay. If you need to take a break to take care of that, let us know.
Yeah,
Okay.
all right.
All right.
Okay.
Did you tell me that you were at Tracy Green's house and you and your dad were at the back door, which is attached to the kitchen, and Tracy was in the kitchen and she could see and hear what was going on, and that your dad hit you on the face and chest 2 or 3 times?
Yeah, I remember that happening. I don't remember telling you, but I remember that happening.
So when your dad hit you on the chest 2 or 3 times, were you crying?
Yeah, I always cried if I got hit before I turned 10. So yeah, I was definitely crying.
Do you know if you were screaming?
I don't remember if I was screaming, but
While this was happening, was Tracy Green within your eyesight?
I don't remember. I remember saying that she was, but I don't remember the actual thing.
Well, when you said she was, who did you tell that to?
Somebody in Kids Talk or something. I remember saying it, but I don't remember it actually happening. I'm not saying it didn't happen, but I definitely don't remember it.
When you said it to whomever you said it, was it the truth?
Yeah, it was the truth. I don't remember it happening, but I remember saying it, and I remember it was true. I just don't remember the actual incident, you know?
Okay.
Well, I remember the incident, but I don't remember seeing her.
I
Did
didn't,
you,
excuse me, Judge.
Yes,
He cut out there on the last part of his answer. And I'm not sure that I didn't hear it, and I just want to make sure that I hear it, and Ms. Jorgensen's able to record it.
all right. Ms. Jorgensen, did you get the last response?
Let me see here, Judge.
All right. If you would read for us the last response you got from Max.
Yeah, it was the truth. I don't remember it happening, but I remember saying it. I remember it was true. I don't remember seeing her.
All right, let's continue from there if there was a follow-up or if that was your last question.
okay. So Max, are you saying that when you told someone that you saw Tracy Green while you were being beat, you don't remember seeing her now?
Yeah, but I remember saying it, and I remember that I was not lying. And I remember getting actually beat, but I don't remember seeing my grandmother specifically. You know, like I remember telling somebody, and I remember I was telling the truth. but I do not remember in my head right now seeing her.
Okay. Did you ever tell the lady at Kids Talk the second time you went there that Tracy Green could hear you screaming from another room during a beating?
I can't think of any specific ones. I remember a lot of them specifically, but I can't remember any specific ones where that happened.
Okay, I'm going to screen share.
Just a moment. Just a moment. Max, when you say you can't remember any specific ones, what are the ones that you're talking
Like
about?
when my dad, like if he'd beat me or something, I remember a lot of them like individually, and I remember what happened. And I don't remember one where my grandmother could hear or see me, but it's possible, but I don't remember it right now. Yeah.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Weingarten.
Okay, so Max, I'm going to screen share something with you. So hang on a second. Can you see this? Whoops, not yet. Max, can you see what I'm screen sharing?
Yes.
Okay, I have to scroll up. All right, I'm on page 46 of the second Kids Talk interviewer line 1.
I'm sorry, you're on what page, Ms. Weingarten?
46 of the second Kids Talk transcript.
Thank you.
Okay, Max, can you see what I'm looking at right now?
Yes.
Did the interviewer say, okay, all right, you told me that Tracy did not see. Your grandmother Tracy did not see anything. Did you say, but she heard? And then you say, the interviewer said, but she heard. Did you say she knew what was happening because he told her? And the interviewer said, okay, what helped you know that she heard it? And you said, well, how couldn't you know? I am screaming at the top of my lungs and she is in the other room.
I don't remember anything from Kids Talk, but you got it here in writing. I said it. I just don't remember it.
Okay, so it's understandable that you don't remember, but when you went to Kids Talk and told the lady whatever you told her, did you tell the truth?
I don't remember anything. I remember telling the truth, but like I don't remember saying this, and I don't remember it happening. I just
Okay.
don't remember. It was a long time ago for me.
Okay, that's okay. It's completely understandable, okay? So I'm
Okay.
going to stop sharing. Okay. When you testified on June 28th, that was 3 weeks ago, you told us your grandmother knew about the abuse, but you couldn't specifically remember her seeing your father hit you. Do you remember saying that 3 weeks ago?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to move on for a minute. At that same Kids Talk interview, the second one, do you remember whether the interviewer asked you if anyone told you what to say or not say to her?
Wait. Can you repeat that for 1 sec, really quick, please?
Sure. At the second Kids Talk interview, do you remember the interviewer asking you if anyone told you what to say or not say to her?
Yes, I remember that.
Do you remember what your answer was?
No.
Did you tell her, my mom just told me to say the truth and not to make up anything?
Yep, that's what I was thinking I said, but if I told you that, I would have been guessing. So yes, I remember that.
Okay. Were you telling the interviewer the truth, that your mom told you not to make up anything and to tell the truth?
Yes, that's what my mom told me.
And at that time, you were living with your mom, right?
Yes.
Okay. When you went to Kids Talk each time that you went, who brought you there?
My mom.
Who was in the room with you during the interview?
Just the interview person.
Just the interviewer and you?
Yeah.
Where was your mother during the interview?
Oh, like there's this in Kids Talk, there's like a room with a bunch of toys and stuff for, like I guess it's a waiting room, and that's where my mom was.
Did anybody ever tell you that your mom was watching the interviews?
I don't think so.
Do you have any reason to believe she was watching the interview?
No.
Now, You testified in juvenile court. It was March 12th of 2019. Okay, do you remember that was the room that had the small courtroom with a whole lot of lawyers in it?
Yes.
Is your memory about what happened in that small courtroom better back when you talked in that courtroom or better today?
Better back when I talked in the courtroom.
At juvenile court, did you tell the judge that you told your grandmother about the abuse almost every time you saw her?
Objection, Judge. She hasn't.
I didn't hear your complete objection.
I just want to make sure that I may proceed with my objection.
Yes, you may.
This is not an appropriate approach to refreshing recollection. The question that she's asking hasn't been asked yet as to whether or not he could answer it and he has a recollection. If he does not have a recollection after the question is asked, I understand that Ms. Weingarten may choose to try to refresh his recollection based upon a prior statement. But at this particular point, with due respect, Ms. Weingarten is just leading and in essence testifying.
Is there any response at this point?
Judge, I'll make this easy and I'll rephrase the question.
All right, let me ask you one question though before you continue. We're going to need to take a break very shortly, and I don't want to split at a bad time in your questioning. So do you know right now how much longer you might be on this direct?
I still have quite a ways to go.
So let us take a break so that we can all stretch, come back. Again, Max, you will still be under oath. Do not discuss your testimony with anyone during this time, but we're going to take a 10-minute break and then we'll be back at about, it's 9:33 here, at about 9:43, 9:45, something like that. Thank you. And you may put your, we may all put our microphones and our videos on mute.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. And Max, we are back from our break, so I need to see your video, please.
Once again, I'll run over and make sure that he's there and tuned in and on.
Thank you.
We're starting it back again.
Yes,
Oh, all right.
so I can, there you are.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Miss-
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Ms. Jorgensen, would you please read the last question and answer where we were when we stopped, please?
Yes, Your Honor. At juvenile court, did you tell the judge that you told your grandmother about the abuse almost every time you saw her? And Mr. Ashcraft placed an objection.
All right, thank you. I'll hear a response from Ms. Weingarten to the objection. Max, the thing that I always say when we come back for breaks, or I always mean to say, is the witness is still under oath. So I'm not going to swear you back in again. Ms. Weingarten, response?
I'd like to go back to and cover something that we talked about earlier, but not completely enough, and then eventually get to this issue. Could we do that first?
Certainly.
Max, can you hear me okay?
Yeah. Yes.
During our break, did you and I run into each other in our office hallway?
Yes.
And did you ask me if you have to testify in this case?
Yes, I did.
Did you tell me you didn't really want to testify?
Yes.
Did you ask, did I tell you that you were subpoenaed, which is a court order requiring you to testify?
Yes, you did.
Did you ask me that if you don't testify, would you go to juvie? Did you ask me that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did I tell you that you might?
Yes.
So explain to us and be very honest. What issue are you having about talking and testifying today?
Well, I just don't like court stuff. I've been doing court stuff for like basically my whole life, and it's annoying.
One moment, Max. Let me hear if Mr. Ashcraft has an objection here.
Mm-hmm.
Judge, I would just, before we go into another question and answer colloquy here, I would like to know if that is the full extent of the conversation that happened to occur in the hallway before we go into questioning.
All right, thank you. Ms. Weingarten.
I will ask him that. Max, besides that conversation you and I had, did you and I have any other conversations?
No. I went to use the bathroom. I saw you, and then I asked you if I had testified. You said yeah, and then I saw that woman. Remember that I recognized before, and I was talking to her, and then you went on somewhere. You went to go talk to somebody else.
And I'm
So
sorry, I
for the
couldn't hear the answer clearly.
I went to the bathroom. I saw her in the hallway, and then I'd asked her if I had testified. She said yeah, that was all we talked about. And then there was this other woman in there, and I was talking to her because I saw her last time I was here.
Thank you, Judge.
So for the record, the other woman he's referring to is one of my coworkers who he also ran into.
All right, thank you. Mr. Ashcraft, are you satisfied?
I am. Thank you, Judge.
Continue, Ms. Weingarten.
Okay. So Max, earlier today, we were talking about the fact that I called you and spoke with you on the phone a few times. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember back in May of this year, you were living with your grandmother, Miss Ali? Do you remember
Yes.
that? Do you remember me calling you and talking to you on the phone at Miss Ali's house?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Judge Widgeon,
you
I'm sorry. There was a little bit of over talking over the last question and answer.
All right, so let's have that repeated, the last question that you asked, and then Max, if you would wait to make sure we hear the full question before you answer. Go ahead. Ms. Weingarten, do you need the last question repeated?
No, I can ask it again, but something just occurred to me. I don't think we got Max, there was an objection, and I don't know if Max finished his answer about why he's concerned about having to testify. And if he doesn't testify, he might go to juvie. Can I go back and have him finish his answer to that?
All right, so Ms. Jorgensen, would you please read the last question that Ms. Weingarten asked so that we'll know where we're going to start up at as soon as she goes back and finishes that other ground.
One moment. And Judge, just to be sure, it's the last question right now, not before.
Yes.
This was the one where there was a little bit of over talking. Do you remember back in May of this year, you were living with your grandmother, Miss Ali, and I didn't get the rest of the question.
All right, so we'll come back to that question, but Ms. Weingarten, I think you wanted to go back and finish the question regarding juvie.
Right. So Max, I want to give you the opportunity to explain to us why you don't want to be testifying today and why you're concerned that if you don't testify, you could go to juvie.
Oh, I just want to ask if I didn't have to testify, and if you said no, I wasn't going to testify because I don't like courts. It's annoying. I don't like it. I've done it a lot of times, like a lot, and it's not fun. I don't expect it to be fun, but I don't like it. It's not just boring, but I just don't like doing it. I don't like the feel. So I just didn't want to testify because all the stuff, think about it, all the stuff you're asking me, you keep asking me, did I say? That means I've already said it and you already know it. So I'm just repeating the same stuff over and over again. And I just don't like this course stuff at all.
Okay, so you're frustrated that you have to do this.
I just wish I didn't have to, but I will go to jail if I don't, so I have to.
Okay, so when you said a lot of times, I don't remember. Do you remember that today? You a lot
Yes.
of. Now, do you really not remember, or are you just saying you?
Oh,
don't?
no, the stuff I've said I don't remember. I really don't remember.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else you want us to know about how you feel?
No, but thank you.
Okay. So I'm going to get back to our questioning. So in May of 2021, you were living with your grandmother, Miss Ali.
Yes.
And do you remember me calling you on the phone to talk to you that day?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Do you remember?
One moment, Ms. Weingarten. What is the grandmother's name that you're just mentioning?
Miss Ali, A-L-I.
And is that a name, a person that we've heard of before, but by a different title, Nana or Gigi or something?
Yes, Gigi, and her real name is Chaba Zia Ali.
All right, thank you. Ms. Jorgensen, did you have another question? Was there anything you needed to have repeated?
No, there was just starting to be some over talking, and I need a little more space, I believe, between the question and answer, if I may ask for that.
All right, so after Ms. Weingarten asked the question, and we'll say the same thing when Mr. Ashcraft is asking questions, just pause for a couple of seconds max. And we'll make sure that we don't start to hear your answer before they finish their question. All right?
Okay.
Let's continue, Ms. Weingarten.
Max, the day I called you at your grandma Ali's house, was your mother there?
My mom? No, she wasn't there.
Was Russell there?
No.
Did we talk about the Dear John letter that you wrote?
Yes, but I didn't say anything about it. I don't think I did.
Okay, well, did you tell me all about the letter and that Tracy Green told you to write the letter?
Yes.
Okay, now earlier today, you testified that at Kids Talk, when Letitia asked you about the Dear John letter, you kind of made it up that Tracy Green told you to write it. You made that
I
up
was
on-
confused. I was confused. I guess you were the first person that I had told.
Okay. All right. So when you told me,
I'm sorry, Ms. Weingarten, say that again. Maybe it's when you turn your head, the microphone or something. So when you told, and that's all I got.
when you told me about it in that phone conversation in May, did you tell me the truth?
No, I didn't.
And when you went to Kids Talk, did you tell Letitia the truth about the Dear John letter?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Now we're moving on to the question that we started with before our break, okay? So do you remember testifying in juvenile court, which is the small courtroom, in March of 2019?
What was it about? Then I'll definitely remember. Like, what was I testifying for?
Okay, so it was about the abuse by your dad and Katie and whether Tracy Green had anything to do with it. Those are the topics that you talked about when you testified. Do you remember that now or no?
Yeah, I remember it.
Do you know if anybody asked you whether you told your grandma Tracy about the abuse?
Somebody definitely asked me that plenty of times before, but I don't know if it was that specific time.
Whenever it was that someone asked you that, do you remember what your answer was?
Yes, I do. I definitely said yes, but I told you right now I can't remember any. I remember I was telling the truth, but I can't remember any specific times. So yes, I remember what I said.
Okay. Did you testify in the juvenile court that you told her most everything about the abuse?
I remember like a couple of times where I don't remember saying that, but I do remember a couple of times where I would tell her some stuff, like when we were in the car and stuff like that. I would tell her something here now and then, but I don't remember saying that.
All right, so I'm
But
going
yes,
to
I do. Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
explain to us what you remember.
I remember saying that I did. I remember saying what you I just said that I said. I remember telling you guys that every time I saw her, I would tell you.
Okay. Was that the truth?
Yeah, it was the truth. It might have not been every time, but there are plenty of times.
All right. And did you also tell her, did you ever tell anybody that you told her most everything about the abuse?
I wouldn't say most everything, but like I would tell her about what was going on right now, if that makes sense. Like if we were about to get beat in a week, or we had just got beat or something, or I had just got in trouble, or Katie got choked out. I remember telling her about that. It would be then. I wouldn't tell her about stuff that happened like weeks ago. I tell her about what's going on at the moment. You know what I mean?
And when you say
I'm
telling her
sorry,
what's
Jen.
going,
I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead, Ms.
If
Jordan.
I could ask the witness to keep his voice up a little bit, please, Judge.
All right. So Max, some of your statements at the end of the sentence, especially, it's going down. So you know what you mean, but we can't hear the last part of it.
Okay, I'll speak up.
Thank you. Ms. Jorgensen, do you need a question asked and re-asked and re-answered?
I would like to get the last question again. I'm not sure that I got it completely.
All right. Can you read to us what you did get, and then Ms. Weingarten, can you take it up from there?
Yes, the last question was, and did you also tell her, did you ever tell anybody that you told her most everything about the abuse? And then the answer I got was I wanted to say most everything. And that's where I wasn't sure, and I didn't want to jump in there.
All right. Can we back up then to that question, Ms. Weingarten?
yes. Did you testify that you told your Grammy most everything about the abuse?
Yes, I did.
Were you telling the truth when you testified to that?
That was kind of a mistake because I want to say most everything. I mean, every time, and I want to say I told her everything either. I would just say that sometimes if I was in the car or with her or something, and like something was going on, like right then. Like for an example, one time my dad had choked out Katie, and me and my siblings, we had never seen something like that before, so we were talking about it to each other and stuff. And I remember telling her about that. So like not everything, but it depended what was going on. Like if something was going on then and I saw her, I would tell her about it. Like it was some crazy stuff too. Like I don't know what I would do if like my cousins or something came over and told me that their dad choked out their stepmom and she passed out. I would be shocked. Like that's not something you hear every day. So yeah, stuff like that.
Did you tell your grandma Tracy what you just told us about Katie being choked out and passing out?
I 100% told her that. I remember.
And when you said that you told her what was going on now or what was going to be going on, what were you talking about?
It was different things. Like for an example, one time Russell, I don't remember what he did, but he was about to get beat for something, and we saw her. I told her about that. I don't remember every specific thing, but I remember it depended on what was going on and what I told her. Like, I would tell her everything. It just depended on what was happening.
Did you ever tell her that you were getting beaten?
Yeah. Probably not me. I didn't tell her when I was, but I told her Russell was, because my dad, we both got beat, but he really seemed to not like Russell because Russell was getting most of it. So most of the stuff I would tell her was about Russell, because to be honest with you, I can't remember telling her anything about me.
And Ms. Weingarten, ask that question again, please, just because we didn't hear your entire question. I heard the answer, but I didn't hear your entire question.
Okay. Did you tell your grandma Tracy that you were getting beat?
Me? No, probably not. Probably, but I don't remember.
Okay. When you went to the juvenile court, that small courtroom, to talk and testify, did you tell her that you told your grandmother about the abuse almost every time you saw her?
Yes, I did tell him that.
Were you talking about the abuse to you or the abuse to Russell, or about the abuse to both of you?
Like, I wasn't even trying to like tell her for help. It was like, I will be talking about stuff, and that was crazy to me. So if I'm asking you like what's going on, and then you tell me like, oh, I went to such and such yesterday. Well, that was me telling her, like I was just telling her what's been happening. And I wasn't really thinking of it as crazy stuff. Like, it wasn't necessarily about stuff that my dad was doing to me. It was just crazy stuff my dad was doing. Like, it's hard to explain. I don't know.
So in addition to the other crazy stuff your dad was doing, did you tell her that he was beating you?
I can't remember a time in specific, but I'm not going to guess, so I don't know.
Okay, so I'm going to screen share something with you, okay?
Okay.
Whoops, that wasn't it. Oh, shoot. All right. Can you all see what I just shared?
Yes.
Yes, I do.
Okay, so I'm on the juvenile court transcript, the bottom of page 87. And the question, I'm on line 22. When this was going on from 2016 to, when you were removed, did you tell anybody what was going on? And you answered, sometimes I told, like my grandmother, she knew, his mom knew. She was there sometimes right before it happened. And then you go on to talk about teachers. And then on the next page, page 88, line 6, how often do you think you told your grandmother what was going on? How often? And you said, like almost every time I saw her, I told her. I told her about the time he choked her. I told her about the times he beat us that I remember. I don't remember too much now. I told her about most everything. Did you say that in juvenile court?
Yes.
And was that the truth when you said it in juvenile court?
Yes. Well, like I did tell her. I told her about the time that I choked her. I did say that, and then I remember. I told you I would tell her about some, because what our dad would do, he would tell us that he was about to beat us like days in advance before he did it. So like if I saw my grandmother or something like before that, and that's why I said before he did it, because that's what I was talking about. Then what else did I say? I'm just making sure I didn't mess up and like wait, I told her about the times that he beat us that I remember. I don't remember that, but I guess I'm not saying I was lying. I just don't remember now.
Okay, so if it's in this transcript, that did you tell the juvenile court judge the truth?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to ask you again a different question.
Are you going to continue the screen share?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Did you tell the juvenile court judge that you told more than one time, not just this time that I just showed you, but a different time, that you also told your grandma Tracy about the beatings?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to stop sharing. Did your grandma Tracy ever say to you, you have to stop getting slapped?
I remember saying that, but I don't remember her saying that.
Okay. If it's on video, in an interview that I did with you, did you tell me the truth?
I don't remember either of those things. Like it could be true. I just because I don't remember a lot of stuff, so I don't know.
Right. So do you remember that you and I went to the Kids Talk building and we did an interview in one of the interview rooms?
Yeah. Yes.
And do you remember me telling you that there's a camera on the wall and it's being recorded?
Yes.
And that would have been, you may not remember this date, but September 9th of 2019.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, would your memory about September 9th, 2019 be better then, or would it be better today?
Definitely then, because I barely remember anything now.
So do you remember telling me that your grandma told you you have to stop getting slapped?
I do remember. I think I kind of remember. Like I don't know. It's a foggy memory, but I feel like I don't remember all the details, but I feel like I remember saying that, and I don't remember what I was referring to specifically, but I think I remember saying that.
Okay. Did you testify in juvenile court, that small courtroom, that your grandma never helped you?
Well, she didn't because, my mom or the neighbor, whoever called the police, she didn't. So
All right. So you remember your grandma didn't help you, but do you remember telling them in juvenile court that your grandma never helped you?
I don't remember telling them that.
Okay. I'm going to screen share something again. I'm sorry, Your Honor, this is not find it. Okay. All right. Well, something with my I don't understand. Mr. Helen, could you ask Mr. Oh, actually, I think I'm seeing it. I think I may have it. Okay, I'm going to give up on that. I'm going to stop this. Max?
Yes.
Besides, you testified last time you were here that your grandma covered a slap mark on your face with makeup. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Besides that one slap mark, did you have other injuries on your face?
It wasn't a whole lot of them, but yeah, I did. I think so.
Have you ever said to anyone that your father liked to hit you on the face?
He never told me that, but I feel like he did. I don't remember telling anybody that either.
Did he hit you on the face a lot of times?
Yeah, pretty often.
Did he leave injuries on your face a lot of times?
Yes.
Did your grandma Tracy ever ask you about the injuries on your face?
I don't remember.
Do you remember you and I talked about a phone call we had on February in February of 2020, right before COVID started.
Yes.
Did you tell me in that phone call that your grandma Tracy asked you about marks on your face?
I don't remember.
If you did tell me that, did you tell me the truth?
Yes.
The time that your dad slapped you and left a print on your face that Grandma Tracy put makeup on, was that the first or last or somewhere in the middle of the abuse?
Judge,
Um,
may we have the question either restated or Ms. Jorgensen read it back because it cut out 2 or 3 times during the course of the question?
I was just going to speak up that I needed that again.
All
I
right,
can
so
repeat
Ms. Weingarten, if you would repeat it,
Okay.
thank you.
The time that your dad slapped you on the face and left a handprint and Grandma Tracy put makeup on it, was that the first time he abused you, the last time, or somewhere in the middle?
definitely not
Foundation.
the first.
All right, one moment. What was the objection?
The objection was foundation. Ms. Weingarten used the word abuse and connected it to a handprint on the face. There's no foundation for that in this case.
Thank you, Ms. Weingarten. Do you have a response? Do you understand the objection
I
there?
understand the objection. I'll just rephrase the question and move
Thank
things
you.
up. Okay. Max, the time that your dad slapped you and left a handprint and Grandma Tracy put makeup on it, was that the first or last or somewhere in the middle of the times that he hit you on your face?
Definitely wasn't the first and definitely wasn't the last. So I guess somewhere in the middle.
How old were you when you got slapped on the face by your dad and Tracy Green put makeup on it?
I think 10, 9, or yeah, I was 9 because I remember I wasn't at the school I was at.
Okay. So get back to the time that you and I met at the Kids Talk building and we did an interview in the interview room. Who was in the room with us?
Nobody, I think.
Where was your mother, if you know?
She was in the waiting room, right? Well, that little room that I'm talking about with the toys and stuff.
Did she have any other children with her?
Yeah.
Who did she have with her?
Russell, Rowan, and Xana, I think.
Did your mother or anyone tell you what to say during that interview?
No.
Did you tell me the truth during that interview?
One thing throughout the whole process, I had no intentions of lying. So if something comes up wrong, I just made a mistake. So no.
At the beginning of the interview, did I ask you if you knew why you were here today?
Yeah, they always ask me that, so I'm pretty sure you did.
Do you remember what answer you gave me?
No, I don't remember what answer I gave you.
Did you tell me that you didn't know the reason you were here, that your mom wasn't allowed to tell you?
Oh yeah, I remember because I asked her. She said she can't tell me all that.
Do you remember what you and I talked about that day?
Just one moment. Max, she said she couldn't tell me, and I didn't hear the last thing.
I remember my mom told me that we were going to Kids Talk, and I asked her why, and then she said they told her not to say anything about it. So that's what I said.
Thank you.
Do you remember what we talked about that day?
No,
Do you remember who we talked about that day?
no.
Do you remember me telling you that we're going to talk about your grandma and not about your dad or anything else?
Yeah, actually, I do.
During the 2 other interviews that were done at Kids Talk by Kids Talk employees, was the topic of conversation about your grandmother or your dad or something else?
Judge,
Oh.
objection. This is leading, and again, it's the same basis that I shared earlier where this is not a recollection refreshed. She's asking leading questions specifically, and then in essence testifying from something that's not in the record.
Response, Ms. Weingarten.
I gave him 3 options, so I don't think the question was leading. And the last option was or something else, which is very open-ended.
Continued objection, Mr. Weinkraft. I'm sorry, Mr. Ashcraft.
Yes, Judge. If there are 3 available scenarios, and 2 of them are specific as to an issue, and asked whether or not that was the subject of discussion, it most certainly, in my opinion, is leading and asks for a response to the question, as opposed to the question being asked of, what do you recall we discussed that day?
All right, I'm going to sustain the objection and ask you to reword the question, please.
Thank
Max,
you,
when
Judge.
When you and I met at Kids Talk, do you remember what topics of conversation we had?
No, I don't.
Do you remember who we talked about?
No, but you had just said Grammy, so now I remember. Because I remember you saying that.
Okay, so I want to make sure I understand your answer. Are you saying that today you remember that we talked about your Grammy?
Well, I didn't remember until you said it. You refreshed my memory. Like, I didn't remember then when you said those exact words. I remember you saying that.
Okay. When you and I talked about your Grammy that day, did I ask you a lot of questions or just a few questions about your Grammy?
Not a little bit, but I don't think it was a lot.
Before the day you and I talked about your Grammy, did anyone else ask you questions about your Grammy?
No, nobody asked me questions. No, I don't think so.
So do you know if they asked you questions the first time you went to Kids Talk about your Grammy?
Oh, wait, I thought you were talking about like people outside of court. I don't know. I don't remember.
Okay, so I want to make sure we're communicating right. So the first time you went to Kids Talk, do you know if they asked you any questions about your Grammy?
I don't remember.
The second time you went to Kids Talk, do you know if they asked you any questions about your Grammy?
I don't remember any of them specifically.
In juvenile court, the small courtroom, do you know if they asked you any questions about your Grammy?
I'm not going to guess, so I don't know.
In my interview, do you remember me asking questions about your Grammy?
Yes, but I don't really remember too many details about it.
That day when we talked, did you tell me the truth about everything?
Unless I made a mistake, yeah, I did.
Do you know whether or not we talked about how you got along with Grandma Tracy?
Yeah, I remember that for sure.
Do you remember what your answer was?
I have no clue.
Well, looking back today, how did you get along with Grandma Tracy?
Fine, it was nothing bad.
I'm not sure if that's an objection.
Mr. Ashcraft, is there an objection?
No, I've not said anything.
Okay, I didn't hear anything.
You testified 3 weeks ago about some of the nice things your Grammy did for you, right?
Yeah.
A little bit louder, please, Matt.
Yes.
Thank
Yes.
And when you talked to me on September 9th, did we talk about some things that were not so nice about your Grammy?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling me that your dad abused you and that Grandma Tracy put makeup on your face?
Can I go to the bathroom? I gotta pee really bad.
Sure.
Thank you.
All right, so let's take a 5-minute break. And Max, as soon as you get back, please turn your camera on.
All right.
Good. I think we were waiting for a couple of other people to return. Ms. Jorgensen is here, so we're waiting for Mr. Ashcraft and Judge Green.
I just realized I was.
I think we're just waiting for Mr. Ashcraft's video. All right, thank you. We are all here. Ms. Weingarten, do you want Ms. Jorgensen to read back the last question, or are you ready to continue?
I'm ready to continue.
All right, thank you.
Max, during this short break, did you have a short conversation with Mr. Helland?
Yes.
And did you tell him that you really don't want to be testifying today?
Yes.
And there's nothing to be embarrassed about, so it's okay. We understand. So did Mr. Helland tell you that he's sorry, but you do have to testify?
Yes.
And did you say, I've said everything before, why do I have to do this again?
Yes, I did.
Did he tell you that he knows, but you just have to answer the questions truthfully?
Yeah.
And did you ask him how long you're going to be here testifying?
Yes.
Did he tell you probably all day?
Yes, he did.
Did you have any other conversation with him or anyone besides that?
No.
Okay. So now we're getting back to my interview with you on September 9th of 2019.
One moment, Ms. Weingarten. And Max, I said that I will try to always remember and say to the witness when we take a break, you're still under oath. So you're still under oath. You understand that?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Continue, Ms. Weingarten.
So at the September 9th interview you and I did at Kids Talk, do you remember telling me that your dad abused you and that Tracy Green put makeup on your face?
Yes, I do remember telling you that.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Yes, I do remember telling you that.
I need that stated again, please.
Yes, I do remember.
Thank you.
And did you tell me the truth about that?
Yes.
Do you remember telling me that Tracy Green saw your dad hit you in the face and did nothing about it?
I remember telling you that, and I don't remember it happening, but that does sound like something that would happen.
Did you tell me the truth about that?
I don't know. I don't remember it. I remember I didn't have any intentions of lying, so I just don't remember.
Okay. Did you tell me that Tracy Green came over and you kids told her you were about to get beat and she did nothing about it and left?
Yes, I-
Objection, Judge. We're back. We're back to the exact same situation we had before, where the questions are leading. It's not improper refreshment of recollection. Instead, the question is not being asked to begin. Instead, the question is being given in the form of an answer. I'm sorry, the question is being addressed as if the answer is what the question is, and that's where the answer is going. It's the same situation we had before.
Ms. Weingarten,
Judge, I'm trying to refresh his memory. He told us when we first started talking about the September 9th interview that he doesn't remember what was discussed. I'm refreshing his memory to see if he remembers now saying those things.
all right. Thank you. Objection is overruled. Continue.
Thank you, Judge.
Max, do you remember telling me that Tracy Green came over and you kids told her you were about to get beat and Tracy did nothing about it and left?
Yes, I remember telling you that, and that's true, but it's not because she tried talking to my dad, and so she kind of did something, but yeah, then she left, and then he said he wasn't gonna do it, and he did it anyway. But yeah,
On how many different occasions did you kids tell her you were about to get beat and she left?
I have no idea. It could be a lot or it could be a little. I don't know. I just know more than one. That's all I know for sure.
More than one, you know for sure.
Wait, that she came over and left? I don't remember that, but I'm telling you, remember when I would tell you like we were in the car or something, I would tell you all those times mixed together, I don't know. But that she came over and we told her, I don't know. Probably just one or two.
Okay, and then you said something about she talked to your father.
Yeah, she talked to him.
Were
And
you within earshot of that conversation?
I think he told us. I'm not 100% sure, but we found out somehow. I think he told us that she talked to him, or she told us, or I don't think we heard it.
Okay, so are you guessing about this?
One of those is 100%. That's what I know for sure. One of those is 100%. I don't know which one though.
Okay, so somehow in your memory, you believe your grandma talked to your dad at least one time about this,
Yes.
but you don't remember how you learned that or when that happened or how many times that happened.
I'm sure she'll tell you. I mean, I remember. I remember. I I don't remember anything. It's really bad. My memory is really messed up.
When you and I talked on video on September 9th, did you tell me that he told her? I'm sorry, strike that. Put that better. When we talked on September 9th, did you tell me that your granny told your dad not to hit you or not to abuse you?
Yes, I did.
If I tell you that that's not in the video or in the transcript, could you have made a mistake?
I remember saying that at some point. I remember saying it at some point. I may not have been with you, but I definitely said that before to somebody, like in kids talk or something.
Do you have a memory now of how many times your grandma Tracy told your dad not to hit you?
I have no clue. It could be a very little, it could be a lot. I don't know.
Okay, so again, no guessing. It's okay if you don't know, okay?
Okay.
Do you remember telling me in that September 9th interview that in the car on the way home from choir practice, you would tell Tracy Green about the abuse?
Yes, I remember that.
And do you remember one time she picked you up from choir practice and she saw a bruise on your face and told you that you needed to stop getting slapped?
I don't remember.
Okay, I'm going to show you something on screen share. Okay. Hang on one moment. Okay, can you see this?
No, I don't see anything.
Okay, hold on. I don't know why screen share isn't working. Mr. Helen, could you send Mr. Keith? Oh, hold on, maybe this will work. No, no, I need help making this work. Yeah. This is in the, oh, now it disappeared. I don't know how that happened. Well, but in the meantime, I can't screen share.
Oh. Okay.
By the way, Ms. Weingarten, you're not muted at this time.
Right. I tried not to say anything too obscene.
Okay.
Okay, yes, thank you, Keith. Okay, so Max, I'm showing you, this is a transcription. So remember we talked about how there was a camera on the wall that recorded everything we said? Remember we talked about that, Max, on September 9th?
Yes.
And then we had Ms. Jorgensen, who's on this Zoom, type up what we both said, okay? So that's
Okay.
what I'm showing you is what she typed based on the video. So I'm looking at the video from page 19, and I'm looking at page 19. I'm sorry, I meant the video from September 9th of 19. I'm looking at page 19, line 24, where it's, I say, okay, so you're over at her house and tell me what she said. Do you see that on there, Max?
Yes.
Okay, and then you said, I don't remember. I remember she was telling me I needed to stop getting slapped and stuff while she was putting it on.
Oh yeah, I remember now. She told me that when she was putting the makeup on my face. I remember now. I just thought I said that randomly, like she just told me that at some random point. Yeah, I do remember. She told me that when she was putting the makeup on my face.
So how many times did she put makeup on your face?
Not a lot, like 2 or 3 times.
Did she ever repeat that statement that you need to stop getting slapped and stuff?
I don't think so.
What was on your face that she was putting makeup?
A handprint.
Do you know what color it
I'm
was?
sorry. Judge
It was
Richard, I
like-
couldn't hear the full question. The end of it cut off.
I can rephrase it, Judge.
All right.
What was on your face that she was putting makeup on?
A handprint.
What color was the handprint?
I guess it was like pinkish. I don't know. It was the shape. It looked like a hand. Everybody in my class knew that I got slapped.
Did you ever see Tracy Green give Katie, your stepmom, a bag with makeup on it in case the makeup rubbed off?
Yes, I did.
Did Katie ever use the makeup on your face?
Yeah, the next morning.
Where did you sleep that next morning? That night, I mean.
Oh yeah, I went back to my dad's house. Then I went to sleep. And then woke up for school the next morning and Katie put some on.
Now, a little while ago, I asked you how many times Tracy Green put makeup on your face, and what was your answer?
Right. Wait, just now or before?
Well, what did you answer today?
Oh, not a lot of times.
Did you give us a number?
Like 2 or 3. It was not a lot.
Did you tell me on September 9th that she put makeup on you more than 4 times?
If I did, I was wrong.
Okay, so I'm going to show you, I'm going to screen share something more. Hang on. Okay, I'm on the September 19 transcript, and I'm on page 24, and I'm on line 14. Did I ask you, okay, and was that the only time in your life that Tracy put makeup on you? And did you answer no? And then
Yes.
did I ask you, how many times in your whole life do you think she put makeup on you? And you said, I don't know. I said, more than 1? You said, yeah. More than 2? Yeah. More than 3? More than 4? And you said, yeah. Do you remember giving me those answers?
Yeah, I don't know if I was right or not. I said like 2 or 3. I be possibly a 4. I don't think I did count. I don't know.
Okay. When we talked, did you do your best to tell me the truth?
I remember when I went in there, I was trying my hardest not to make any mistakes and to tell the truth. But I might have made a few mistakes. I guess that was one of them. Well, I wasn't intentionally lying, that's for sure.
Okay, that's what we need to know. Okay. Now, you can stop reaching.
Ms. Weingarten, I think the only thing you said was you're going to stop screen sharing, but it was breaking up. So did you say anything else?
No.
All right, continue.
Max, do you remember testifying in the criminal courtroom when your dad was on trial in October of 2019?
Yes, I do.
Okay, that was the big courtroom.
Yeah.
Do you remember if anyone asked you questions about Tracy Green when you testified?
I don't think they did.
Do you know whether anyone asked you if anyone covered up your injuries with makeup?
Yeah, I remember that because I remember they tried to trick me. Yeah, so I do remember that.
So are you saying someone did ask you whether Tracy Green covered your makeup with injuries?
Yes.
And what was your answer?
I don't remember. I might have mentioned either when Katie did it the next morning or Grammy. It was nothing other than that.
Okay, so do you remember saying that both Katie and your grandma used makeup on you?
I don't know, but that's the truth. That's what will happen.
Okay, so I'm gonna find that document. Okay, hang on. Okay. Okay, Max, can you see what I'm sharing right now?
Yes.
I'm on the criminal court transcript from October 30th of 2019, page 91, line 17. You were asked, did there come a time when any of these marks were covered up? And you answered yes. And you, with what? You answered makeup. And you were asked, and who did that? You said Katie and my grandmother Tracy. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
Was that the truth when you said it?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to stop sharing. Now we're going to change topics, okay?
Okay.
I think you testified 3 weeks ago that you know who Ms. Leslie Apple is. Did you say
Yeah.
that?
Yes.
Who is she?
She was the CPS worker.
After you were removed from your home on June 24th, did you ever see Miss Apple again?
Yeah, I saw her in court. She was there. But
Besides court, did you see her anywhere else?
no.
Did you just see her or did she interview you?
I don't remember. I don't know. I'm confused.
Did anyone ever tell you what to say or not say to Miss Apple?
No.
Besides Miss Apple, did anybody else from Child Protective Protective Services, CPS, ever interview you?
I don't think so. I think the police and that's it.
Okay. Now, before your last Kid Talk interview where you talked about the letter that you had written, did you communicate with Tracy Green before the time of the letter?
Yeah, I did.
And how many different times do you think you talked to her?
I don't know, a good amount of times. I would just call her every once in a while. So like maybe once a week or twice a week, something like that.
And did she pick up the call?
Most of the time, yeah.
When would have been the first month you started calling her?
I think February, I think,
Of what year?
2021, this year.
And when was the last time you talked to her?
I guess the 2 days after the kids talk. I don't know the date or the month, but it was 2 days after the kids talk.
So if the Kids Talk was in May, would it have been May?
Yeah, yes.
I think you said 3 weeks ago when you were testifying that one time you had your grandma record your new deep voice so that she could play it for your dad. Did we talk about that?
Yes.
And besides that, did she help you communicate with your dad in any other ways?
No.
Do you remember on June 1st of 2021, I came to your great grandmother's home and we talked on Zoom and recorded it?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember that you told me that you talked with Tracy Green with your dad through Tracy Green 4 or 5 times?
Yes, I do. That wasn't the truth.
Is there a reason you didn't tell me the truth about that?
Because I didn't want you to know that I was talking to my dad directly.
So let me get this straight. So you told me that she was helping you talk to your dad.
Because it wouldn't have made sense if we didn't have any contact at all. You would have do right then and there that I wasn't telling the truth. So I had to like say something, but it didn't make sense because I couldn't really think anything that made too much sense.
Okay, so I don't really understand your answer. So let's
Yeah,
slow. So how many times between February and May did you talk to your dad directly?
Pretty much every day. Well, not after February. I don't think we started talking in February. I think it was more like March or something like that.
So maybe March through May, you talked to your dad every day?
Yes.
How did you talk to him?
I just texted him on Snapchat.
Besides Snapchat, are there other ways you communicated with him?
No, not really.
If you would send him a Snapchat message, would he respond?
Yes.
Did you ever text him?
No, not his phone number.
Did you ever email him?
No.
Did you ever call him on the telephone?
On the house phone one time. That was the first time we had started talking.
Was that the time that you told us that your Nana, your great grandmother, Tracy's mother, let you use the phone?
Yes.
Okay. So I still don't understand why you told me on June 1st that you talked to your dad through Tracy Green 4 or 5 times.
Well, so the letter thing, I did want to say that Grammy told me to write it because I just didn't want to do that because she didn't, and I don't know, I don't know, I was just trying to think of a lie. If that makes sense, and I was trying to think of one that made sense, but none of them made sense. And then you guys said you were gonna get the search warrant, so then I really had to tell the truth.
Okay, so hold on. This conversation that we had on June 1st on Zoom was way before we talked about a search warrant, right?
Oh yeah, yeah, and I was trying to this is what I want to happen. I wanted you to not take action on the letter, and I also wanted my dad not to get in any trouble for talking to me. And I was trying to think of a way that I wouldn't have to rely on Grammy either, but I couldn't do all three. I couldn't, because there's no way that I couldn't think of anything that made sense where I could accomplish all three of those goals.
Okay,
Judge,
so,
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the end of the answer.
Wait, what did I say?
The last thing that I believe I heard was Max say, but I didn't think I could accomplish all three of those goals. Max, did you say something different than that?
No, that's what I said. That's what I said.
All right. Now, one moment, Mr. Ashcraft had either a comment or an objection. I don't know if you couldn't hear either or if there was an objection, Mr. Ashcraft.
thank you, Judge. Yes, it was not an objection. I could not hear from about the middle of the answer to the end of the answer. At the end of the answer I couldn't hear anything at all, quite frankly, but the middle of the answer as well. So if you could kindly ask, or I could ask Ms. Jorgensen to reread that answer, I would appreciate it.
Certainly, please do.
Please.
Wait, am I supposed to do something?
No, we're waiting
Oh.
for Ms. Jorgensen. She's going to reread the last answer that she heard you say.
A moment. Yeah. And I was trying to, that's what happened. I wanted you to not take action on the letter. And I also wanted my dad not to get in any trouble for talking to me. And I was trying to think of a way that I wouldn't have to lie on Grammy either, but I couldn't do all three. I couldn't because there was no way that I could think of that anything made sense that I could accomplish all of those goals.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Weingarten, continue.
so Max, did you tell me that you were communicating directly with your dad through Snapchat?
Yes, I did.
You believe you told me that?
Wait, did I? I told you after you got off the phone with that police officer, right?
Okay, so that our conversation with the police officer happened in your Grammy's dining room upstairs, right?
Yes, yeah.
Remember you and I talked on June 1st in the basement of your Grammy's home.
Oh yeah, I didn't tell you then.
Okay, so I want to make sure we've got this straight. Did you tell me in the basement of your Grammy's home on June 1st that you and your dad talked almost every day on Snapchat from March to May?
No, I didn't.
Okay, did you tell me on June 1st that you talked with your dad through Tracy Green 4 or 5 times?
Yes, I did.
Now, earlier today, you said that that was a lie, or that was not the truth, I think is the word you used.
Yes.
Okay, so we need the truth now.
Okay.
Did you communicate with Tracy Green and through your, let me strike that. Did you communicate with your dad through Tracy Green 4 or 5 times?
No.
So if you told me that, was that the truth or a lie?
It was a lie.
Do you remember when you went to Kids Talk and talked to Letitia in May of 2021? You told her that you communicated with your dad through Tracy Green between February and April around 10 times. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Did you tell her the truth or a lie?
That was a lie.
What is the reason that you lied to me and Letitia about that?
Because the letter, once it was sent in the mail, there's nothing I could do about that. And I wanted you guys to just ignore it, but it would be kind of weird if I just like just said, never mind. That doesn't make any sense. So I said what I first said before I thought of anything. I said, well, I didn't even want to write that letter. And then, well, that didn't make any sense. So then I said that Grammy suggested that, that I write a letter to the judge if I want to talk to my dad. That was true. And then, the thing I kept saying they, so one, and then you guys kept asking, what does they mean? And I said, oh, I'm just talking about Grammy. And then I said, well, sometimes, like, because the thing I was telling you the truth, but not how it happened, the truth. Like I would say, like what my dad told me to say, but I couldn't just say Grammy told me to say that. So I said that like he told her to tell me that, and it was all over the place. So that's what I was talking about when I said through.
Okay, so the questions I'm asking you right now have nothing to do with the letter. I'm asking you about other communications with your dad
I
that
know
went
it,
through. Wait, hold on, let me finish. The other communications that went from you to your dad, but through Tracy Green. So do
there
you
were
understand
none.
my questions?
Yeah, there were none.
Well, you already told us about the one time that you had her record your voice and play it for your dad, right?
Yeah.
Foundation mischaracterizes testimony.
Any response?
I think he testified to that on June 28th.
That's not what he testified to. He testified to a recording, but nothing else in terms of communications.
Judge, may I lay a foundation?
Certainly.
Max, when you testified 3 weeks ago, did you tell us that you asked your granny to record your deep voice and play it for your dad?
Yes.
And did you tell us that she told you she did play it for your dad?
Yes.
And did she relay a message to you from your dad about your deep voice?
Yes.
Besides that time that she assisted you in communicating with your dad, and I'm not talking about the letter, were there other times that she assisted you in communicating with your dad?
No.
But you told me that that happened 4 or 5 times.
Yeah, but not, I didn't tell you that it happened for like regular conversation. I didn't tell you that she just had me talking to him normally. When yeah, I didn't say nothing like that we were having normal conversations 4 or 5 times. That's not what I said. I meant like 4 or 5 times with like stuff with the letter. That's all I said. I don't think I said nothing about regular conversations.
Did you tell Letitia that between February and April that you communicated with your dad through Tracy Green around 10 times?
Yes.
And are you telling us that all 10 times were about the letter?
Yeah, that's what I meant. It's not the truth, but that's what I meant.
Are you feeling badly about testifying about your Grammy?
Obviously, nobody wants to do this, but I'm just telling you that's what I meant. I didn't talk. I wasn't talking. I'm confused. I wasn't talking about 10 times or 5 times like normal conversations. I was talking about like 10 times or 5 times like um about the letter. That's all I meant. I wasn't talking about anything else.
Did you tell Letitia that and in May of 2021, when she interviewed you, that Tracy Green asked you what you wanted to say to your dad, and she'd write it down and get back to you in a day or two with your dad's answer?
Yes, but only stuff about the letter is what I was saying. Other than that first time.
Did your Grammy tell you that she would write down what you want to say and ask your dad and get back to you in a day or two with your dad's answer?
Oh yeah, I did that one other time. But oh yeah, but we never actually did it. I had asked her to do it, and then I never actually did it.
So could you repeat that, Max? Did you say
Like
I
one
had
time,
just a
one
second?
time,
Just a second. Did you say I had asked her to do that, or I didn't ask her to do that? I just couldn't hear what you were saying.
I had asked her. I asked her if she could write down some questions that I had for him, and then she could tell me his answer later. But it never actually happened. I asked, but it never happened.
Thank you.
Did she agree to do that for you?
Yes, but we never actually did it.
Did you tell Letitia that you told your grandma Tracy to stop telling you what your dad says?
Then when I said that, I was talking about what it was like. I was telling what happened, but not like when I said that for real, what I meant was I stopped talking to my dad directly, like I blocked him.
Okay, well, let's go back. The first question is a yes or no. Did you tell Letitia at Kids Talk that you told Tracy Green to stop telling you what your dad says?
Yes.
And the reason you said that was because you were angry with your dad, right?
Yes.
And you wanted to stop communicating with him.
Yes.
After that, did your dad continue to communicate with you?
None of that is true. Like I'm saying, none of that is true. It's all made up.
What part is made up?
Like when I asked her to stop telling me what my dad said, that never actually happened. But that's what I'm saying. I can't say a time. It never happened. I made that up. I keep saying that.
Do you feel like you want to protect your Grammy?
I'm telling you that that never happened. I'm telling you, when I said that I made up, none of that is true. I can't tell you what happens next because it never happened.
So if it never happened, why did you say it happened?
So then I couldn't, because I was trying not to say that my dad was talking to me. So I made up, but I didn't want you're thinking if I didn't want to say that my dad talking to me, then why didn't I just not say anything at all? Well, I didn't want them to do anything about the letter. So I kind of had to say that I didn't want to write it. It doesn't make sense. I really hate all this testifying stuff.
I know this is really hard for you, isn't it?
I really don't like this at all.
Okay, and we all understand that. I know this is very hard. We just need you to be honest.
All right. Yeah.
Okay, so it's not making sense that you made up a story about Grandma Tracy helping you to communicate with Dad. Now you say that was all a lie.
It was. It was. I wanted my.
Mr. Ashcraft, yes, you have an objection or a comment?
Thank you, Judge. At this point, Ms. Weingarten has been asking questions and then leading the witness with the responses when he says he doesn't recall. And she has indicated that that is her attempts to refresh a recollection. And Your Honor has allowed that and sometimes has not allowed that. And I understand that. But now it's turned into impeachment of her own witness. So I think it's one or the other. You can refresh the recollection of the witness that you call on your witness list and do a direct examination of, but now she's switching over to impeachment of that exact same witness, which then by definition would allow her to ask close-ended, leading questions, which I respectfully submit is improper.
Thank you. Is there any response?
Yes, the rules allow the person calling the witness to impeach the witness. Anyone can. So I can ask leading questions about the impeachment.
All right. Is there anything further before I rule on this, Mr. Ashcraft?
Yes, Judge. The rules do say that you can call a witness and consider that witness a hostile witness under the statute and ask leading questions, closed-ended, etc. But you can't play it both ways. You can't use a sword shield approach to this sort of testimony. It opens up the opportunity for leading questions anytime where the answer is not satisfactory to the person asking it, and then allows closed-ended questions and leading of the witness. It's an improper use of impeachment when prior uses have all been purportedly related to recollection refreshment. That's it. I have nothing further to add.
Thank you. Anything further, Ms. Weingarten?
Yes, up until this point, I had no need to impeach him. I simply needed to refresh his recollection. Now he's admitted that he has lied. And so now I think I have the right to impeach him, and I have the right to do that with leading questions.
All right,
Brief response?
Not yet. What we're going to do is take another break at this time, a 10-minute break. When we come back, we're going to go into the sidebar with Ms. Jorgensen, and we'll discuss this off the record, and then we will come back and continue. So Max, what is going to happen right now is that we're going to take a break. It's going to be probably closer to 15 minutes than to 10 minutes before you see us back in this room discussing things. But we're going to take a stretch break first. Again, you're not to talk to anyone. So I know you've had questions in the past about, do you really have to testify? And that's been explained to you. But at this time, we're going to take a break and do not talk to anyone. I don't think that there is anyone else who would be there that you would be talking with except the people at the Judicial Tenure Commission office. But I'm mentioning that you should not discuss your testimony or speak with anyone until we come back. All right.
Okay.
Thank you. Anything further, counsel, before we take our break?
No.
Nothing further.
All right, let's do that. And then when we get back into this room, when you see my face, then I'll put us all into a breakout room. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Mhm. And Max, we are back in this room, so we need you to show your video again.
We need Max to show his video again.
Okay, I'll let him know. For whatever reason, this is so weird.
Being recorded, so hang on. Okay, I'm gonna mute.
Just to give you a heads up in case we don't get him in right
You
away.
are not muted at this point, Ms. Weingarten. Did you mean to be?
Judge Mr. Helland is letting Max know to get on the Zoom.
Thank you.
There we go. All right.
Right. Thank you. We are back and ready to continue. Ms. Weingarten.
Okay. Max, we're gonna move on to some other things, okay?
All right.
When I came to your home on June 1st, did you and I talk about the fact that your Grammy told you she might be put off the bench?
Just a moment, Ms. Weingarten. What was that date? It just blanked out when you said on something first.
June 1.
Thank you. You may answer, Max.
Yes, I think so.
Tell us about that. What was that conversation you had with your Grammy about that?
Oh, I talked to Grammy about it. Oh yeah, they said that my mom is trying to get them off the bench. I don't know. That's just what they told me.
When you say they, who are you talking about?
Oh, just Grammy. And my dad told me that too.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the answer.
I said Grammy and my dad.
Thank you.
So, yeah.
So let's talk first about Grammy, okay?
Okay.
How did you communicate with Grammy when you talked about that?
Oh, I just called her.
And how did it come up in conversation?
I really don't know.
Ms. Weingarten, I think your question was, how did it come up in conversation? But we couldn't hear that completely.
Yes.
All right. Go ahead, Max, you may answer.
I really don't know. But I guess we're just talking, and then probably my mom came with the conversation to probably that. I don't know.
Did you bring it up?
I don't think I brought it up because I don't. When we would talk, I didn't really want to talk about none of that stuff. So I really don't think I brought it up.
When you talked with your Grammy on the phone, did you ever mention your mother?
If I did, definitely not a lot of times.
Did she
And
say
I'm
why?
sorry, say that again. If you did, definitely.
Not a lot of times. It was mostly my dad talking about my mom and my dad telling me that she would be off the bench and stuff.
Thank you.
When Grandma Tracy talked to you about being put off the bench, did she say why she might be put off the bench?
It was mainly saying because my mom. That's what my dad was. I don't really remember what Grammy was saying because I don't know. They didn't tell me why.
When you talked with your Grammy and your dad about this, were they on the same phone call or different?
No, it was different phone calls.
I'm sorry, Judge, I believe the end of the question was cut off.
Ms. Weingarten was trying to ask when it was, but I think you were anticipating what she was asking, Max, so you started to answer. So let's make sure that we can hear the question first and then the answer.
All right.
Max, when you talked to your Grammy and your dad about your Grammy being put off the bench, was that on the same phone call with each other or different calls?
Different
Foundation,
calls.
Foundation mischaracterizes testimony.
Response.
He said he had that conversation with both his grandma and his dad, and I'm asking if that was all on one call or not. I don't
And,
know what the problem is.
and in a follow-up question, he responded that he really didn't have any recollection of what Grammy said about anything. It was mostly his dad.
Objection is overruled. You may ask the question.
Thank you,
Max,
Judge.
when you talked with your Grammy and your dad about your Grammy being put off the bench, did that conversation happen on the same phone call with all three of you?
No, it was different phone calls.
What did your Grammy say about being put off the bench?
I don't really remember because it was like a brief conversation. It wasn't that much because she didn't really say too much about it. It was mostly my dad.
Do you know if whether she said who's going to put her off the bench
No, she didn't say that.
or why she would be put off the bench?
No, I don't think she said any of that.
Okay. Do you remember anything more about the conversation with her?
Not too much.
Right. Now, you told us the last time you were here 3 weeks ago that your Grammy told you on a phone call that she put makeup on your face because Russell was teasing you about having the handprint on your face. Remember that?
Yes, that's what she told me.
How did that come up in conversation?
I don't remember. I don't think I started talking about it. Because
Before she said that to you, did you mention the makeup?
no, because I didn't want to talk about that.
Had you mentioned anything about the court cases at all?
I didn't know. I did not want to talk about any of that stuff.
I'm sorry, Judge, could I get the question, or I'm sorry, the answer repeated?
All right, Ms. Weingarten, ask your question, and then Max, if you would answer that again so we can get it down.
Okay.
Had you mentioned any of the court cases at all?
I don't think so because I didn't want to talk about any of that stuff.
Had you mentioned anything about having to testify in Tracy Green's case on either June 28th or today?
I don't think so.
When she told you that she put makeup on your face because Russell was teasing you, did you even know you were going to testify in a hearing about your Grammy?
I didn't know when, but I knew one of these days. I've known for like a year because, yeah, I went to this kids talk like last year, and they were saying one of these days that I would have to testify. And it's been a long time, so I knew that it was coming up. I just didn't know when.
Okay. Did you want to talk about makeup?
No, I didn't.
Did you tell her you didn't want to talk about court stuff or makeup?
I didn't really say anything.
Did you say, Max, did you say I didn't really say anything, or I
Yeah.
didn't want to say anything? What
I
did
let
you-
her do most of the talking. I didn't say anything.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm moving on to a different topic now, Max, okay?
Okay.
How did you feel about the fact that your dad got custody of you and you didn't see your mom for 3 years?
Well, I missed her a lot and I couldn't talk to her, so that wasn't fun.
Did you blame anyone for that?
Well, my mom, like years and years ago, she would say that it was Grammy's fault. So I didn't really blame anybody for it, but I was thinking maybe.
So besides your mom saying that years and years ago, did anyone else tell you that why you didn't have your dad got custody of you?
No.
So listen very carefully to this question, okay? Is
Okay.
the reason that you repeatedly for the past few years said that Tracy Green put makeup on your face because you're mad at her for making it so that your dad got custody instead of your mom?
No, I'm not mad at anybody. I'm not even mad at the stuff my dad did to me. No, that's not why. That actually happened. Didn't she say that she did it? Because she said she did it. She didn't say the reason. She said it was because I was getting teased, but it did happen. And when I said it, I didn't think it was that big of a deal, to be honest. I thought that was gonna be said and forgotten. But obviously I'm testifying about it right now, so it's a big deal. No, that's not why I said it. I
Okay,
didn't think it.
okay, I'm going to ask you another question kind of like that one. So listen carefully, okay?
Okay.
Is the reason that you repeatedly for the past few years said that Tracy Greed put makeup on your face because you're mad at her because you didn't see your mom for 3 years?
No.
Is the reason that you've repeatedly for the past few years said that Tracy Green knew about the abuse because you're mad at her for making it so that your dad got custody instead of your mom?
No, I'm not mad at anybody.
Are you saying these things about her because you're mad at her because you didn't get to see your mom for 3 years?
No.
Okay. So I know I'm hearing you when you say I'm not mad at anybody, but I still have to ask the questions and get answers to them. Okay. I don't want you to
Okay.
think I'm ignoring your answers.
Okay.
Before you testified on June 28th or today, did anyone have you read transcripts or see recordings of anything you've said in the past?
No.
Did you read any of your juvenile court testimony?
I don't even have access to that kind of stuff. No, I didn't.
Did you read any of your criminal court testimony?
No, I don't even know how I would do that.
Did you read any of the Protective Services investigative reports?
No.
Did you read any of the petitions that were filed in juvenile court?
No.
Did you
And
do
Miss Weingarten, would you slow down just a little bit because it's hard for us to hear the end of your question before we get the answer.
Okay. Max, did you do anything to help you remember what your grandmother knew about the abuse?
No.
Did you do anything to help you
And
remember?
and Max, I need you to speak up
Okay.
because we can't hear you all the way.
Yes. No.
Ms.
No, I didn't.
Jorgensen, in just a second, Ms. Jorgensen, was there another concern that you had in trying to take this down?
Yes, the speed of it is getting a little fast sometimes and the volume. And I did not hear the answer quite clearly to the last question.
All right, so let's back up just a moment and take it a little slower. Ms. Weingarten, would you ask that last question, please?
Max, did you do anything to help you remember what your grandmother knew about the abuse?
No.
Did you do anything to help you remember that your grandmother put makeup on your face?
No.
Has your mother ever told you what to say to Child Protective Services?
No.
Has your mother ever told you what to say to the police?
No.
Has your mother ever told you what to say to the people at Kids Talk?
No.
Has your mother ever told you what to say to me?
No.
Has your mother ever told you what to say to the juvenile court judge?
No.
Has your mother ever told you what to say to the criminal court judge?
No.
Has your mother ever told you what to say in front of Master Widgeon, who's here today?
No.
Has your mother ever told you whether or not she wants you to tell the truth?
Just a moment,
wait,
Ms.
what'd you say?
Weingarten, just a moment, Max. Ms. Weingarten, that last question was going in and out, so would you repeat that, please? And then Max, just wait for a second and answer that up so that we can make sure we get the entire question.
Max, has your mother ever told you whether or not she wants you to tell the truth?
Yeah, well, she just said just tell the truth. That's what she told me.
How many different times did she tell you that?
Every single time that I went that I was with her.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you. Mr. Ashcraft? Questions on cross-examination, please, if any.
Yes, Judge, I do. And if I may just have 1 minute to get organized here.
Certainly.
May I proceed, Judge?
You may proceed. One thing that I should say, and I could have said it to counsel earlier, we know that we're going to take a lunch break today. It's 20 minutes before 12. We started a little bit earlier today, not as early as we had intended to, but we can either aim for noon for a 30-minute lunch break. We could break now, have the 30 minutes, and then come back. Counsel, do you have any input into that?
It's probably, since we have a clear line of demarcation here, Judge, on the defense side of the equation, it makes more sense to break now, but we're also happy to proceed.
Ms. Weingarten?
I would prefer to proceed because frankly, I'm not hungry yet.
Max, are you hungry at this time?
No.
All right. Well, let's go for 20 minutes. We'll break at noon, and then we'll come back at 12:30. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you, Judge.
Mhm.
May I proceed?
You may.
May I call you Max?
Yeah.
You refer to more than one person as Grammy, don't you?
No, just one.
Only Tracy Green?
Yeah.
You are not mad now, but you were mad back then, weren't you, Max?
And my dad, not my grandmother. Because I told you, the makeup, I did not think that was even illegal. I did not expect all this. It slipped out of my mouth because I was just talking. Like that's not something bad to me. But I guess it is because I want to be testifying if it wasn't.
Mr.
Max,
Ashcraft, before you continue, when you say then, could you just clarify when you mean by then?
Yes, as a follow-up to the question that was asked by Ms. Weingarten as to whether or not he was mad at the time that he gave the statements to Kids Talk and to herself.
Thank you.
During the interviews. You're welcome.
Can I say something really quick?
No, but
We'll have Mr. Ashcraft ask his next question. Then Ms. Weingarten will have a chance to follow up on any questions. Continue, Mr. Ashcraft.
thank you, Judge. You were most certainly angry with your grandmother in 2018, weren't you?
No.
2019, weren't you?
No.
2020, weren't you?
No.
And in 2021, weren't you?
Nope.
Now, let me explain who I am, Max. My name is Michael Ashcraft, and I'm the lawyer that represents your grandmother. You and I have never met, correct?
Yes.
We've never spoken a word together, correct?
Yes.
We've never communicated in any way, right?
Yes.
I'll be asking you a series of questions for the rest of the day, and understand that I'm going to ask some very tough questions, and some of them are going to be very pointed. I mean no disrespect to you, sir, but understand that the allegations being made against your grandmother by you and others are very serious, and my job is to demonstrate the truth of what's going on here. So that's what I'm going to do today. Do you understand that?
I understand.
Do you realize, sir, that I asked for an opportunity to speak with you before you testified in this case?
I guess so.
You were aware, and you were also aware that I was denied any opportunity, right?
No.
Objection to
I
the
don't even
hearsay.
know who you
Yeah,
are.
both.
Excuse me, one moment. Let me hear what the objection is. What's the objection?
Hearsay. He becomes aware because somebody tells him. Anything he knows is hearsay.
Mr. Ashcraft, any response?
No, Judge, I have no response to that.
All right, I will sustain the objection.
Max, are you aware of the fact that I asked to interview you?
No. Well, just now, yeah, but if so, there's sometime before this, no.
Did your mom ever indicate to you that I was requesting an opportunity to interview you?
Objection, hearsay.
I never heard your name before
Just
last time.
a second, Max. There may be some objections, so I will need to answer the objections from counsel before you will know whether or not you can respond or not. Mr. Ashcraft, do you have any response to the objection?
I'll simply withdraw the question, Judge.
All right, thank you. Continue.
Max, you've had multiple opportunities to speak with Ms. Weingarten, haven't you?
Yeah.
Both in your home and in her office, right?
Yes.
How did you get to the location from which you're testifying from today?
Miss I can't say her name. It starts with a C. I know what it is, but I cannot say it. Camila? Yeah, Miss Camila picked me up.
So an employee of the Judicial Tenure Commission picked you up today and brought you to the hearing?
Yes.
Yes? And you're testifying from the Judicial Tenure Commission's offices?
I guess so. I barely know. Yeah, I'm in some building.
And on June 28th, when you testified first, you were also testifying from the same Judicial Tenure Commission offices, right?
Yes.
And today, on multiple occasions during breaks, you've had opportunities to have questions asked and responses to your questions from the representatives of the Judicial Tenure Commission, right?
Not about this, but yes.
Not about this. Didn't you
Well,
testify multiple times, Max, that you asked questions about whether you had to testify in this case? Was that true or was that a lie?
That's true with makeup or nothing, which I know is what you're talking about.
I'm not talking about makeup. I haven't said the word makeup one time.
Okay, so what about me asking if to testify or not? You asked me if I asked if I had to testify or not. Yes, what about it? I did, because I didn't want to testify.
You have problems telling the truth, don't you, Max?
I was trying to help your client, so no,
Maybe you
no,
didn't.
no, I don't have
Maybe-
no. The answer is no, okay?
Maybe you didn't hear my question.
And
You have
yes, I did.
You have problems telling the truth, don't you, Max?
No, can you hear?
You tell the truth when you're in fear that your lies are going to be found out, right?
No. What you talking about?
Today, Max, I want to make sure I understand some of your testimony. Today, did you say, I didn't tell any lies?
No. Wait, with
You
what?
didn't testify today that you didn't tell any lies?
I'm talking about before this year. No, I did not tell any lies purposefully. Before this year. That's what she's talking about, a specific testimony. Remember, she had said on such and such a day, it was not 2021. Did you tell any lies? And I said, no. She did not say within anything this year.
I see. So is the answer to my question yes or no? So let me ask again. Did you testify today, I didn't tell any lies?
No, that's not the full sentence.
I see. Did you testify today that you definitely told the truth?
No, because that's not what I said. That's not the
I
full
see.
sentence.
Did you testify?
Just a second, I didn't hear the last part. You said, no, it's not and I couldn't hear the rest of it. What was that, Max?
He's taken out half of my sentence.
So you said that's not something sentence. What were you saying?
All right, let me say I'm drinking water, right? And then he's saying, did you testify that you were drinking? I can't say, like, talk about alcohol. No, I'm talking about I was drinking water. So what are you talking about? I testified that I was talking about a specific time, not in general, which is what he's saying that I was doing, which I wasn't. So no, I'm saying, no, that's not what I said, because it's not.
Did you say it's not the full sentence? Was that the word you used?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you. That I just didn't get that part. Continue, Mr. Ashcraft, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Max, didn't you testify today specifically, quote, that was not the truth, close quote?
Yeah.
Max, today, didn't you testify, quote, I was thinking of a lie that made sense, close quote?
Yes, I did.
Max, did you testify today, quote, for real, that's what I meant, close quote?
Yes.
Max, did you testify today, quote, none of that is true, close quote?
Yes.
Max, today did you testify under oath, quote, I made that all up, close quote?
Yes.
Max, did you testify today under oath, quote, I kind of made a mistake?
Yes, I did.
Max, did you testify today, quote, I remember I was telling the truth?
Yes.
Did you testify today, Max, quote, I had no intention of lying, close quote?
Judge, I object to this line of questioning. He's
What's-
not putting Max's statements into context.
Thank you. Any response, Mr. Ashcraft?
Judge, this is cross-examination, and if there's a need to do redirect, that's certainly the prerogative of disciplinary counsel.
Thank you. As I said before, Max, and I'm talking to you now, Mr. Ashcraft is asking questions. He's explained to you who he is and who he represents. If there, and you've stated that that's not the full answer, or that's not the full part of it. As I stated, Ms. Weingarten will have an opportunity to ask you further questions for further clarification if necessary. But right now, Mr. Ashcraft may ask the question, and he may ask them in that way. Go ahead, Mr. Ashcraft.
Thank you, Your Honor. In your conversations with Ms. Weingarten in preparation for your testimony here, both on June 28th and today, did she discuss with you what you needed to address in the event you didn't have a recollection or an answer for one of her questions?
Yes.
And she indicated during those conversations that it was okay for you to say that you didn't remember, right?
Yes.
And she also told you during those conversations that you had a better recollection when you were younger, right?
Yes.
And she said that you could tell answers to questions that you had a better recollection with when you were younger, right?
Yes.
And she told you that you could say that you were telling the truth when you had a better recollection when you were younger, right?
Yes.
And disciplinary counsel, and that specifically is Ms. Weingarten and Mr. Helland, had told you today something about juvie, right?
Yes.
What's juvie?
You know what juvie is. Don't ask me a stupid question.
What's juvie, Max?
You know what juvie is.
Excuse me, Max. This is Judge Widgeon. If he asks a question and you know the answer to it, you need to answer. It may be your feeling that he already knows the answer, but he may ask the question.
I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but I'm not going to let him play me like I'm retarded. He knows what juvie is, so why is he asking me something stupid?
I need to hear the answer from you, Max, and I don't see you being played like a target or as if you're stupid. Mr. Ashcraft, you may ask the question. Max, if you know the answer to the question, please answer the question. Let's continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Max, what is juvie?
A children's jail.
Did disciplinary counsel tell you today that if you did not testify, that you could in fact go to juvie?
Yes.
Now, you also remember not telling the truth in prior occasions, right?
Yes.
Judge, with your indulgence, I'd like to play a video. I will indicate to Your Honor now that it is 12 minutes and 43 seconds long. I'm happy to play that now before we take the break. I think we'll be able to get it in, but it is moving to a different specific subject that I'm leading into. So
One
I'm just
moment.
asking.
All right, one moment. Is there any response, Ms. Weingarten?
May I ask what the video is?
No, it's something that I'm going to be using for purposes of impeachment.
Can he identify for the record what it is?
I will identify it for the record when I go to play the video for impeachment purposes.
Counsel, we're going to take a sidebar at this moment. I need to ask you some questions. So we're going back into the room that we were in before. Max, just stay where you are. Don't turn your video off. We'll be back. Actually, you could turn your video off for a couple of minutes, but we're going to need to see you back in just a couple of minutes. So Max, we are back in the main room and I need you to show your video at this point. Mr. Helen, okay, there, I think. There you are. All right, so Max, we have gotten to that point where we're going to take our 30-minute lunch break. It's about 12:06, so we'll be coming right past 12:35, 12:36, something like that, back on the screen. So I'm assuming everybody will be able to take something for lunch, refresh yourselves, and we will be back at that time. You may close your videos and your audio, please, at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think we need to let Max know now to bring his video back on.
Yeah,
Hi,
I'm
Max.
back. Yeah.
All right. Hope everybody had a chance for something during lunch. Mr. Ashcraft, you were going ahead with your questions. Do you want the court reporter to read the last question and answer to you at this time?
Judge,
No,
may
Your
I
Honor, thank you.
Okay, one moment. Ms. Weingarten?
Yes, may I interrupt? I wonder if you would clarify with Max what the rules are about using his phone during breaks or lunch hour.
Okay, all right. So you had put your phone over by the set of drawers or whatever, I think you said, Max. And so when we take a break, then you are not to use your phone during that time either.
Okay.
All right. So I did state specifically with respect to your testimony, not to talk to anyone about it. But one of the things that I said is that witnesses shall not have access to their cell phones, laptops, smartwatches, or similar devices in the room during their examination, other than the device that they will use for their virtual testimony. So of course, you weren't being asked questions right then during the break time, but during your testimony is what I'm expecting, that you will not be accessing your cell phone during that time. If for some reason we are needing to break for a couple of hours or something like that, I'll discuss it with counsel, longer than just a 10 or 15-minute break. And if there is some other direction that I need to give you with respect to that, given a longer break, then we'll discuss that and let you know.
All right.
Does that work for you, Ms. Weingarten?
Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Ashcraft, are you ready to continue at this point?
Ready to continue, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, do you want any questions read back to you, or are you ready just to go on?
Ready to proceed, Judge. Thank you.
All right, let's do so then. Thank you.
Max, during the lunch break, did you communicate with anyone by way of your phone?
No.
Did you send any texts?
No.
Did you receive any?
No. Well, yes, I did. One of my he goes to my church. He texted me and told me to have a good day.
Thank you. Did you try to get hold of anyone, either by text or phone or email?
No, I was with Miss Camila the whole time. As soon as the break was over, Helen, I think, he came in the room and he came and got me, and then I went outside and walked across the street. My phone was in my pocket the whole time. I didn't really use it like that. I didn't try to get in touch with anybody.
Understood. Thank you. Your Honor, I'm going to bring up a document.
All right, certainly you have the ability to screen share.
Thank you.
Judge, I object because there's no question on the table.
Do you have a question that you're going to need Max to respond to with respect to a document, Mr. Ashcraft?
I do, Judge.
All right, let's hear the question then, and then we'll go to the document if necessary.
Well, Judge, it's a document that I need to show him in order to ask him a question about it.
Can you give us some background as to what it is, or so you can describe it?
Sure. It's the letter that he wrote that has been referred to as the Uncle John letter.
All right.
No
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Ashcraft.
Thank you. Max, do you see what I'm showing you on the screen here?
Yes, I do.
I'm putting the pointer over the top left here of an envelope. Is that your handwriting?
Yes.
And then we see here the body of a letter, right?
Yes.
And this is what we have made reference to during your testimony as the Uncle John letter, right?
Yes.
Is this in your own hand?
Yes. No, that's not my hand, because I didn't take any picture of it.
But Let me ask a better question. What I meant was, is this in your own handwriting?
Oh, yes.
And this is the letter that you testified earlier today about that you lied concerning, right?
Yes.
And this is actually something that you and your father came up with, right?
Yes.
And your grandma, Grammy, had nothing to do with it, right?
Yes.
I move to admit this exhibit, Your Honor.
Judge, I think it's already been admitted.
It may have been, we just haven't circulated an updated list of exhibits. And so if not, I just want to make sure it's covered.
Thank
It has
you.
been admitted as Exhibit 8.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. My understanding is that it has been admitted. If not, it is admitted at this time as Exhibit 8. Thank you. Proceed.
Thank you, Judge. And Max, the origin of this letter that we're looking at here actually came by way of a Snapchat, right?
Yes.
Okay. Hold on for one moment for me, please. Next, I'm showing you a picture of a Snapchat screenshot, right?
Yes.
And are you familiar with this?
Yes.
And this is something that you produced for Ms. Weingarten, right?
Yes.
And this is the basis of what the letter that you wrote that was about a lie was based upon, right?
Yes.
And this one's a little bit difficult to see, but this is an exchange between you and your father. Is that right?
Yeah.
So when it says glow at the top, that's who, please?
That's my dad.
And then where it says red, it says me. Is that you?
Yes.
Okay. And that's your exchange with your dad when you came up with the idea of creating this deceitful letter. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, the bottom we can't see well. So first, let me move to admit, if it hasn't already been admitted, this Snapchat screenshot.
It has been admitted as Exhibit 9.
Thank you.
You may continue then. It is acknowledged as already admitted Exhibit 9. Continue.
Thank you, Judge. Max, I'm showing you here a blow up, just so there's no question that we can see exactly what the text says on that Snapchat screenshot. This is another one of these screenshots just blown up, I guess, for want of a better expression, so we can all read it clearly. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and this is something that you produced for Ms. Weingarten during one of your interviews, correct?
Well, she took the picture, not me.
Okay, she took the picture, but it was off of your computer.
Yes.
Did you agree with me, Max, that your grandmother had nothing to do with this Snapchat, right?
Yes.
You never sent it to her. She never sent it to you, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
Move to admit this blown up Snapchat screenshot in the event that it has not already been.
I don't object. The blow-up version has not been admitted.
Thank you.
All right, then it is admitted at this time. Does it have an exhibit number, or counsel, are you doing that later?
We're doing that later, Judge, by way of a joint binder for convenience purposes.
All right, continue.
Thank you. So let's talk about this lie that you told concerning this letter, Max. Now, you actually started the lie and continued it during an hour-and-a-half interview with Ms. Weingart, right?
Yes.
And during that hour-and-a-half interview, you literally lied to her face about all aspects of this Uncle John letter, didn't you?
Yes.
And you purposely tried to trick her, didn't you?
Yes.
And then, as opposed to explaining your lie on the video yourself, you shared the lie with Miss Weingarten off the record, away from the video, and instead you let her explain it for you on the video, didn't you?
Isn't she my lawyer? Isn't that what they do? I think that's what somebody told me.
Could you answer my question, please?
Did.
What is your answer? Was it I did? I couldn't hear the first part.
I said, like, you know, she doesn't supposed to talk. My grandmother, she hasn't said nothing, but you represent her. Isn't she representing me? You said I let her do all the talking. What was I supposed to do?
Becky, if you would kindly bring up source D1. I'm not hearing any audio.
I don't hear any audio either.
Thank you, Judge. That's helpful. We'll give Becky just a moment, please.
Okay. Okay, so after we shut off the video and I was ready to leave, Max told me that he found in his photos the letter that was written. So right now it's 11:25, and we had talked before off the record about what occurred. So we're just going to put on the record what we talked about. So Max tried to find on his computer and on my computer the Snapchat letter that he said Grandma Tracy sent him. And he was able to find a letter, which I took a picture of with my phone, and he's going to email it to my work email address. And then we together called Paul Pesmark, who's a police officer who's very knowledgeable about phones. And we talked about what we need to do to get a Snapchat information about like a search warrant. And I think, Max, tell me if I've got this right. Did you get a little nervous when you heard that we were going to get a search warrant? Okay. So Max is feeling badly because he didn't tell us the truth about who sent him the Snapchat letter that he then copied in his own words. And it turns out it was not Tracy Green who sent it. It was his father who sent it. And he didn't want to get his father in trouble so that he'd go back to jail. Is that basically right? Okay. And so you have to speak up a little so we can get that.
Max, do you remember that interview with Ms. Weingarten on June 11th of 2021?
Yes.
That was all a lie, wasn't it?
I already said that. Yes.
And to be clear, the only reason that you admitted it was a lie was because you were in the middle of tricking Ms. Weingarten, and she talked about having a police officer get a warrant to check your electronics. As a result of that, you panicked because you thought you were going to get caught, and that's the reason why you confessed to the lie, right?
Yes.
That is the only reason that you told Ms. Weingarten that you had lied, isn't it?
Yes.
So that's exactly what you're doing here today, right? You're
How?
lying because you don't believe that you can be caught,
What am I
correct?
lying about? What am I
Is
lying
that,
about? What am I lying about? Can you tell me what I'm lying about?
is that correct?
I don't know what you said. I'm asking you. You told me I was doing something. I'm asking about what? You said I was lying today. What am I lying about?
You're telling more lies here today, aren't you?
No.
You've been encouraged to tell a particular story, haven't you?
I was trying to protect my dad from not going to prison. I don't have to do that this time, so now I have no reason to lie.
And you're telling more lies today because you think that you will not get caught like you almost did back in June, right? Right?
Don't say anything else to me before I say something I'm going to get in trouble for. All right, so Max, this is Judge Widgeon again. As I said, just a second, Mr. Ashcraft. As I said, Mr. Ashcraft gets to ask you questions. If the answer to the question is yes, and you hear the question, understand it, please answer yes. If it's no, please answer no. If you don't know, answer I don't know, but we need to proceed through this hearing. And he does get the opportunity to ask you questions. Ms. Weingarten will have the opportunity to follow up and ask for any further explanations if there are. Continue, Mr. Ashcraft.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I ask Ms. Jorgensen to please reread my question?
A moment, please.
And before she does read that, Max, I remind you that Mr. Ashcraft started off by saying to you that he would be asking you questions and that I think he said they'd be some difficult questions. So he has indicated that, and my statement to you, and I'm continuing that, is that you do need to answer the questions. If you know the answer, if it's yes or no, then answer it. If you don't understand the question, ask that and we will have it clarified. Ms. Jorgensen, whenever you're ready.
One moment. And you are telling more lies today because you think you will not get caught like you almost did back in June, right? Right?
All right, so that was the question, and Mr. Ashcraft is waiting for your answer.
No.
You told the truth to Ms. Weingarten back in June?
No.
You told a lie back in June, and you only confessed to it because you felt like you were going to be caught, right?
Not exactly.
And what you're asking Judge Widgeon to do today is to believe you are a credible witness, even though you've acknowledged that you lied to Ms. Weingarten about the Uncle John story in June of this year, and you've acknowledged at least a half dozen times today that you did not tell the truth in prior matters that I've already asked you about, right?
Objection.
What is the objection?
He's not asking Your Honor to do anything. It's an unfair question.
Any response, Mr. Ashcraft, before I rule?
Judge, I'm happy to rephrase the question.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you to rephrase it, but I'm going to ask you to, it's a compound question, several things that he would have to be answering, and I don't know which one he'd be answering. So if you would please break that down.
Understood. I will do that. Thank you, Judge.
Certainly.
Max, today, you have acknowledged during my questioning that you did not tell the truth on multiple prior occasions, right?
Yes.
And you've acknowledged that you told a lie about the Uncle John letter to Ms. Weingarten as recently as June of this year, right?
Yes.
And now you're testifying under oath, right?
Yes.
And you understand that testifying under oath requires you to tell the truth, right?
Yes.
But in those prior times when you've testified or given statements, you have not told the truth, have you?
Well,
was-
objection, it's a compound question. When you testified or when you've given statements, one of those examples is under oath and one is not.
Rephrase, please.
Sure. You testified earlier today in response to my questions, Max, that you told lies, correct?
Yes.
And today you're testifying under oath again, and you want your testimony to be believed, don't you?
I don't care. I don't even want to be here.
And you want your testimony to be believed despite the fact that you've already acknowledged multiple lies today, right?
Objection, relevance.
Any response, Mr. Ashcraft?
Yes, Judge, it's relevant for purposes of impeachment, weight, and credibility.
Right. So I'm going to accept Max's answer. I heard his answer. And Ms. Jorgensen could read it back, but the answer that I heard was, I don't even care. I don't even want to be here today. Let's continue, please, Mr. Ashcraft.
Thank you, Judge. I will take the answer and I'll move on. Max, I'm showing you a document.
Judge, I object to him showing a document until he asks a question that justifies his showing the document.
Judge, this is cross-examination where I can ask closed-ended questions based upon documents and lay the foundation during the course of the question. This is not a direct examination where I have to lay the groundwork that way.
All right. So because of the sidebar that we had earlier and the things that we discussed, I need to know what is the document that you're going to show. I don't need you to go all into it, but at least so that I understand whether or not that's along the lines of what we were discussing.
Certainly. Thank you, Judge. It's an email.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Weingarten, is there anything further before I rule then?
May I ask if it's one of the emails that he gave me in discovery?
You
Yes,
may
it
ask.
is.
Okay, then I'm satisfied.
Continue, Mr. Ashcraft, please.
Thank you, Judge. Max, I'm showing you what I hope you can see is an email. Do you see this?
Yes.
And at the bottom of the email is a photograph, correct?
Yes.
Who's in the photograph?
My mom, my brother, and me.
And above it is an email, forward, correct?
Yes.
And it's from Corey's Cards. Who is that?
My mom.
And her email address, cab87noir@gmail.com. You recognize that as her email address?
Yes.
And the subject is mommy. Do you know what the specifics of the subject were?
No.
And it's to falconmetalxd@gmail.com. Who is that?
I don't know. Probably something I made up a long time ago.
But you recognize that as at least one of your former email addresses, right?
I don't recognize it at all.
It's dated December 26th of 2017. And it says, "Happy birthday, Gary. Tell Russie I love him and I love you. We will be together very soon." Do you recall this email exchange with your mother?
Yes.
And when she says, "We will be together very soon," what did you understand that to mean?
I don't know.
Well, it's dated December 26th of 2017. What discussions or communications were you having with your mother at the time where you talked about the three of you being together very soon?
None at all.
I'm sorry?
I didn't talk to her at all.
You had no communications with your mother in December of 2017?
I didn't even have a phone. I was using somebody else's iPad.
Well, you had this communication with her. You just acknowledged that, correct?
Yes, but on December 26th, I didn't send her a single thing. She sent me this.
Okay. And my question is whether you know what she's talking about when she's talking about being together very soon.
And I said, I don't know.
Okay. Unless it has already been admitted, I move to admit this December 26, 2017 email.
Your Honor, that has not been admitted, but it's been marked Exhibit 11A, and I don't object to its admission.
Thank you. It is admitted. You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let me bring this down.
Mhm.
Max, from your birth until you were about 3.5 years old, you lived with both of your parents, right?
Yes.
Your parents were married, correct?
Yes.
Do you know when they separated or when they stopped living together in the same house?
I think when I was 3.
When they separated, your father went to live with China, correct?
I don't know. I was 3.
When your father left and moved in with China, he left you and Russell living with your mother. Is that right?
No.
China is your half-sister, Daisy's mother, correct?
Yes.
She was born when you were about 4.5.
I think so. Yes.
Now, when your parents separated, at first you lived primarily with your mother. This is now known as Corey Bressler. Is that right?
I don't know. But I remember I did live with Daisy and China, my dad, in the apartment. So I don't think so.
Then something happened that caused you to go to live with your father and China as opposed to your mom. Do you remember that?
No.
Do you remember living with your father, China, Russell, and Daisy?
Yes.
And your mother at the time lived with your Grammy and Papa during that time, didn't she?
I don't know.
But you and Russell never lived with your Grammy or Papa, right?
I don't know.
What did your mom tell you was the reason she lived with your grandparents while you and Russell lived with your dad in China?
Objection, hearsay.
Response.
I'll withdraw. At some point, your mom and dad divorced, correct?
Yes.
And your mom said that it was because your dad beat her, right?
Objection, hearsay.
No.
Just a second, Max. Response to the hearsay objection.
Judge, it's not for the truth of the matter being asserted. It's as to whether or not that was the basis for why they were not, why they were getting divorced.
Then it does go to the truth of the matter asserted.
No, it's whether or not he was told and was aware of the reason for the divorce.
Well, then my objection is irrelevant. Why does it matter what if he knows what the reason for the divorce was?
Well, the theme of the case involves allegations specific as to a plan by Corey Bressler to do whatever is necessary to disrupt the life of Judge Green through her children and otherwise. It's relevant in the defense of the claim.
So how does why they got divorced have anything to do with that?
It's something that I'd like to have groundwork laid for that purpose, Judge. It may very well come back through a different witness when I connect the dots.
All right, I'm going to overrule the objection, but if you'd like to make a separate record, Mr. Ashcraft, we can do that.
I would like to make a separate record, Judge.
All right.
I mean, I'm okay with proceeding. If you've overruled the objection, I'm fine with proceeding with this line of questioning.
I'm sorry, did I state that I had overruled the objection? Is that what I stated? I'm sorry. I meant to, I am sustaining the objection. Now, if you would like to make a separate record, I certainly. Nope, let me back up. I am sustaining the objection. And you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Did you ever see your dad beat your mother?
Yeah, yes.
Did you ever see your dad beat China?
No.
And do you have any recollection about the reasons why the family stopped living together and the divorce was filed?
What is that? What does regulation mean? What do you mean by that?
Do you remember any reasons as to why that happened?
Objection, it calls for hearsay.
Response, Mr. Ashcraft.
I'm not calling for the truth of the matter at all. I'm asking if he has a recollection or an understanding as to why.
In that case, I object for relevance.
With response, any response to the relevancy objection?
Yes, Judge, it's cross-examination, and I'm using this to demonstrate there is bias and other issues at play here. There's also coaching at play. There's also things being said that we will demonstrate through this witness as well as others with regard to statements being made through other people about Judge Green. It's a relevant matter in the defense.
Thank you. Anything further, Ms. Weingarten?
Nothing different than what I've already argued.
All right, I'm going to allow you to ask that question, Mr. Ashcraft. Continue.
Thank you. Ms. Jorgensen, for the sake of efficiency, would you kindly read it back?
Yes, one moment. Do you remember any reasons as to why that happened?
Not a specific reason, but never mind. No, I don't.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said at the end.
No.
You have no understanding or recollection, is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's what I said.
You recall how old you were when your parents divorced?
This computer's about to die. I'm looking for the charge thing, but I can't find it.
Let's see if we can find a place to plug in the laptop. Mr. Helen, you might, if you are still on, might be able to assist with that.
Wait, is this right? Oh, it's a different kind. Yeah, but this only plugs into the dock thing, so I gotta dock it.
Oh, okay.
All right.
No, just use this.
All right.
All right, do you have sufficient connection right now as far as the power?
Yes.
All right, and please keep your voice up. Go ahead, Mr. Ashcraft, you may continue.
Thank you, Max. I believe my question was if you recalled when your parents divorced.
My mom told me I was 3.
You were 3?
Yes.
How old would Russell have been if you were 3?
Maybe like 1, 2.
Between June of 2015 and June of 2018, you lived with your father and your stepmother, Katie, correct?
Yes.
And that would have been from when you were 7 to 10 years old, right?
Yes.
Your dad and Katie didn't get along, did they?
No, not really.
They were always fighting and arguing, right?
Yes.
Do you remember the time when you lived with your father and stepmother, Katie, pretty well?
No.
You do not recall that?
I don't. You said, do I remember pretty well? I said no.
Do you recall beatings that you say that occurred and you received when you were 7 years old?
A little bit.
And these beatings were by your dad and your stepmom, Katie, right?
No.
They were just by your dad?
Yes.
Are you testifying today that Katie never beat you?
She never beat me. She might have hit me or something, but that's not a beating.
Is there a difference between a hit and a beat in your mind?
Yes.
And what is the difference between a beating and a hitting?
Well, like if a woman slaps me, like Katie, that's not a beating. If my dad takes something and hits me with it for like 30 minutes to an hour, that's a beating.
Understood. So you and Russell went to school away from home from the fall of 2015 to the winter of 2017, right?
Yes.
Because it was during that time that you lived with your father and Katie. You and Russell went to a traditional school, right?
Yes.
First, when you lived on Roselawn Street, you and Russell went to Palmer Park Academy, is that right?
Yes.
That was the Detroit Public School, wasn't it?
Yes.
You recall which grades you were there?
Second to third grade.
I'm sorry, second and?
Second to third grade.
You remember the names of your teachers?
Objection relevant.
Objections overruled. Let's continue.
Thank you. Do you remember the names of any of your teachers?
Yeah, a little bit.
What were their names, please?
Sorry, just a second. Max, I think you said, yeah, a little bit. Was that correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, okay, your voice was getting low, so that's why I needed you to make sure that I could hear what you were saying. Ms. Jorgensen, you got that?
I did. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Continue, Mr. Ashcraft.
Thank you, Judge.
Mhm.
Who do you recall your teachers to be when you were at Palmer Park Academy, Max?
Mr. Abraham and Mrs. Minnis.
Nichols, you said?
No, Minnis.
Do you recall the spelling?
No.
Okay. How many kids were in your class?
I don't know.
What about for Russell? Do you recall what grade he was in? Grades he was in, I should say.
I guess first and second grade.
Do you recall the names of any of his teachers?
No.
After leaving Palmer Park Academy, then you both went to David Ellis Academy, correct?
Yes.
And David Ellis Academy was a charter Christian school, is that right?
Yes.
And Daisy, your stepsister, was already enrolled there, wasn't she?
Yes.
But Daisy only lived with you in your father's home every other week, right?
Yes.
Did you ever go to Latchkey at Palmer Park Academy or David Ellis Academy?
Did I ever what?
Go to Latchkey.
I don't know what that is.
Latchkey is a program where you're dropped off before school starts and you stay with someone, or you stay after school ends and you stay with someone who
No, I
stays
didn't.
for you.
I didn't. My sister did, but I didn't.
When you say your sister did, are you talking about Daisy?
Yes.
And what grades do you recall you were at David Ellis Academy?
Just fourth grade.
And what was your teacher's name in fourth grade?
Mrs. Knopfsinger.
Did you say Mrs.?
Yes.
And do you recall her first name?
Yeah, Caitlin.
And her last name, if you could spell it for us, please?
Knoffsinger.
Thank you. Did you like your teacher?
Objection relevant.
Any response, Mr. Ashcraft?
Yes, Judge. There have been allegations here of injuries and abuse and things like this while the kids were going to school. It's certainly relevant as to whether or not teachers' names can come up and further investigation can be conducted with regard to what they may have observed.
I'm going to sustain the objection. I am in agreement with respect to the relevancy. I did understand I think I understand what you were trying to establish earlier, but I think we're moving far from that. So please continue with that sustained objection.
Understood. Thank you. After Christmas break in 2017, did you return to the David Ellis Academy?
No.
Where did you go?
No school.
No school at all, you said?
Yeah.
Did Katie homeschool you and Russell at that point?
Supposedly, but no. Every day was just a normal day.
Does that mean that you weren't doing any schooling or you were doing homeschooling work?
I wasn't doing any schoolwork.
And did Katie indicate that, I'm sorry, did you have any homeschool curriculum at all? Or were
Well,
you doing any-
sometimes we had to learn sign language. That was it.
Okay, just a moment. There was a little bit of cross talking, so I didn't hear Mr. Ashcraft's full question. And then Max, after he gets that out, then let's hear your answer. Would you re-ask that, please, Mr. Ashcraft?
Yes, thank you, Judge. Max, I was asking you whether or not there was any sort of school curriculum of any sort.
Only sign language, pretty much. Like sometimes we would have to learn sign language. That was it.
And was this part of Katie's homeschooling program for you?
I guess, yeah.
And you were in this sort of a program, at least as a sign language, from January of 2018 until CPS became involved with your family in June of 2018, correct?
No, it lasted about a month, then we stopped, and we didn't do it every day.
So just January, sometime after that, but not through June of 2018?
I guess it didn't last long.
Okay. I'd like to talk to you for a few minutes about your church experience. You made reference to that earlier today. On Mondays, you regularly went to choir rehearsal and youth fellowship at your Grammy and Papa's church, correct?
Yes.
And sometimes you would have extra choir rehearsals or rehearsals during a given month for special holiday programs and those sorts of things, right?
Wait, what?
Sometimes you would have extra choir rehearsals in addition to Mondays when there were special events and special programs like holidays, Christmas, Black History Month, Easter, etc., right?
I don't know. I don't remember that.
Do you recall those extra rehearsals occurring on Saturdays?
No, I just said I don't remember them at all.
Do you recall going to vacation Bible school during the summers?
Yeah, we went one summer, but not most of them.
Do you recall on Monday nights the choir director's name, Mr. Marcus?
No,
You don't recognize the name, Mr. Marcus?
no.
Do you recall the choir rehearsals in terms of whether the kids were in a large group or in individual small groups?
It was different from how old you were. Like it was different. It was
divided
different
by
age groups.
Understood.
All right, so just a moment. Mr. Ashcraft asked your question, and then Max, if you'll follow up. I think you're both trying to get at the question answer, except they're just being blended. Go ahead, Mr. Ashcraft.
Thank you, Judge. My follow-up question, Max, was wanting to understand that the groups of children in choir rehearsals sometimes were divided based on age group. Is that
Yes.
right?
Yes.
But thank you. But there were always adults present during the choir rehearsals, right?
Yes.
You remember Ms. Carla,
Yeah, I remember Miss Carlo.
Ms. Tamika,
No.
Tamika Brown Edwards? You don't recall her?
No.
And after choir rehearsals occurred, did the groups of the participants break up into age or grade groups for purposes of fellowship afterward?
Yes.
And Miss Carla had a class, right?
Yes.
And Ms. Marie Cruz as well?
I guess I don't know who that person is.
Okay, you don't recall the name of the leader of the youth fellowship?
I just remember Miss Carlo.
But all the adults kind of worked together as a team with all the children on Monday nights during these choir rehearsals and fellowship times, right?
Yes.
And these adults would speak to you and greet you, right?
Yes.
And they would give you instructions when necessary.
Yes.
You and Russell, though, because of your age differences, were not in the same youth fellowship groups. Isn't that right?
Yes.
You recall his teacher or his fellowship leader? The
No.
name?
No.
You recall? Sorry, go ahead.
No, I don't.
Do you recall the name of yours, fellowship class leader?
Yes, Miss Carlo.
Miss Carlin, thank you. Daisy would go with you to church activities on Monday nights as well, right?
Sometimes, I think.
And then after he was older, Daniel also came, your little brother as well, right?
I probably, but I only remember Russell really.
You went to church regularly, did you not?
No, not regular. Only on Monday nights. We didn't actually go on Sunday.
So you were at church at least regularly on Monday nights?
Yeah.
What about regular Sunday church services? Did you go at least once a month?
Yes, I'd say that.
And during those times that you attended the church services once a month?
Just a moment, please. I didn't hear the answer to the last question.
All right, thank you. The last question had to do with regular church attendance, I believe, Mr. Ashcraft, but if I've gotten that wrong, please re-ask that question, and then Russell, we just didn't hear your answer.
Thank you. Yes, it was about regular church attendance, and specifically on the Sundays, at least once a month when you attended, you would sing in the choir, the children's choir, right?
Yes.
And your Grammy would help transport you on most Mondays, correct?
Yes.
You knew that your father was raised in that church as well, correct?
Yes.
You understood that your parents met as children in that church, right?
Yes.
You knew that Grammy and Papa were members of the church as well, right?
Yes.
Grammy sings in the choir, yes?
Yes.
Papa is a deacon?
Yes.
And your mother's grandmother is a member of the same church too, right?
Yes.
She's your great-grandmother then, correct?
Yes.
And her name is Patricia Russell, correct?
Yes.
And her first cousin is Claudia Pete Corbin, who is also a member of the church too, right?
Judge,
I don't know who
object
that
to
is.
this.
You don't
I
recognize the name?
Excuse me, there's an objection. What's the objection?
I object to this line of questioning as irrelevant.
Response, Mr. Ashcraft.
Judge, it's establishing the background for the church attendance and other activities where these kids would have been in attendance and seen by other adults, and specific activities engaged in by Judge Green, her husband, and the other family members.
All right, I think that we have seen that. You've brought that out. I'm going to ask you to move on, please.
Understood. Thank you, Judge. Do you have godparents, Max?
I used to.
And your church pastor and his wife are your godparents, right?
They used to be.
They're no longer?
Yeah, I haven't talked to him in like a long time.
Okay. Now, did you attend out-of-town family gatherings with your mom's family?
No.
You never went on any family outings with your mom's family?
Oh yeah, with my mom's family. Yeah, I thought you said out of town.
I may have. But you did attend family gatherings involving your mom's family, right?
Yes.
And you and Russell would spend the afternoon visiting with your relatives on your mom's side of the family?
Yes.
Judge, could we clarify whether this occurred while they were living with their father only?
Yes, Mr. Ashcraft, could you give us a specific time that you're talking about?
Well, I'm just asking generally, but if Max has a recollection of specific times of these family outings, I'm happy to hear that.
So your question then is, generally speaking, did he attend events with his mother's family? Is that
That's
correct?
correct.
All right,
Yes.
Ms. Weingarten, do you still have an objection?
Well, yes, if it happened when he was 2 or 3 or 4 years old or before he moved in with his father, then it's not relevant.
Response, Mr. Ashcraft.
If he's visiting other family members on his mother's side and there's alleged abuse occurring, then by definition, others would have been able to observe these things and report these things.
All right, with respect to Ms. Weingarten's request for more specificity as far as the timeline, I'm going to sustain that objection.
Thank you. Do you recall any specific family outings that you were involved in involving your mother's family, Max?
Yes.
Tell me about those.
Well, objection. I thought Your Honor sustained the objection about the time specificity.
I'm
Go ahead, Mr. Ashcraft.
Judge, my follow-up question was, tell me about those specifically. I asked about that to provide a date and a specific occasion.
You did, and I think we might be getting to that. So I'm going to allow that answer that you were about to give, Max, with respect to times that you remember.
Well, I've been to the Grand Prix with my uncle before on my mom's side, my great uncle. And, Christmas parties, and other than that, I can't think of much anything else.
Now, did you engage in any of the family outings involving your mom's family prior to 2015?
Yes.
How about after 2015?
Yes.
2016?
I don't know. If you're trying to ask it with my dad, yes. I don't remember if it was 2016 or 2017, but yes, when I was with my dad.
Okay, so you did participate in family events with your mother's family between 2015 and 2017 when you were with your dad, is that right?
Yes.
And would you see other extended relatives on your mother's side of the family when out-of-town relatives would come in to visit, for example, like holidays, like you just described?
Yes.
And do these things occur also in between 2015 and 2018?
Yes.
You'd sometimes see your Uncle Lonnie's son, Lonnie III, and his wife and daughter on these occasions too, right?
Yes.
Again, during the period of 2015 through 2018, correct?
Yes.
They lived locally, did they not?
Yes, they did.
And when you were living with your dad and stepmother Katie, would they sometimes take you and Russell to a babysitter?
No.
You don't recall ever having a sitter watch you when you were living with your mom and your stepmom and dad?
No.
How about Papa's cousin, April? You recall ever? Go ahead.
The only time I went to her house that I can remember was when we were taken from our dad.
You have no recollection of seeing April or staying with April prior to June of 2018? Is that your testimony?
Well, not at her house. I saw her, but I don't think I went to her house before the time where we were taken from my dad.
Did you know April in a way other than as a babysitter or a sitter?
No, I just knew she was my cousin. I never went to her house, so she never came over to my dad's house. I just saw her at Grammy's house.
Understood. Was this during the period of 2015 through 2018?
Yes.
And did you trust her?
I barely knew her.
I didn't hear what you said, sir.
I mean, I don't know. I didn't really talk to her like that.
So you don't know
Max,
whether or not...
1 minute. Max, was your answer, I barely knew her? Is that what you said?
Yeah, because she was my cousin. That's all I knew. I never really talked to her like that because, she's a grown woman. I'm a kid. I don't have too much to say to her.
Okay, I just didn't, it sounded like barely to me, and I wanted to make sure that that's what I heard. Go ahead, Mr. Ashcraft.
Thank you, Judge. When you were with April, Max, during this time period, did you feel safe with her?
What do you mean with her?
When you spent time with her and when you saw her, did you at any time feel unsafe around her?
I was never around her. It was a party with a lot of people and I saw her. I was never with her by myself, none of that. So I didn't think too much of it because, just like that's one of these random people in this hall. If I felt safe around them, I don't even know their name. I barely knew her. I just knew she was my cousin. That was it.
How about Mary Brown? Do you recall Mary Brown sitting for you and Russell?
I never heard that name in my life.
How about your cousin Sheridan? Do you recall Sheridan sitting for you and Russell?
Not babysitting us.
Do you recall who they are?
Yeah, I know who that
Or
is.
who Sheridan is?
Yeah.
Did you feel, strike that. Did Uncle Travis or Uncle Justin babysit for you?
I can't remember during the 2015, 2018 time, but maybe. I can't remember a specific time, but maybe.
And who is Auntie Simone?
That's my aunt.
And do you recall Simone babysitting for you and Russell sometimes?
Yeah.
And do you recall that occurring between 2015 and 2018?
Yes.
And sometimes at Grammy and Papa's house, right?
Yes.
And you do recall Grammy and Papa babysitting for you and Russell and your siblings, right?
Yes.
How about Theo Cross? Do you recall Theo Cross sitting for you and your brother?
No.
Do you know who Theo Cross is?
I think so.
Do you recall in June of 2018 a situation where your dad and Katie were at the hospital because of a heart procedure Katie was having?
No. Yes, I
No.
do. Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
And who sat for you during that? Do you recall?
My dad, he didn't go nowhere.
And Katie was going to the hospital a lot around that time over concerns for her heart functioning. Is that right?
Yes.
She'd even passed out a number of times, correct?
Yes.
But you told CPS at the August 15, 2018 Kids Talk interview that you didn't know why she went to the hospital a lot, didn't you?
I don't know. Probably, if I did, then I guess so.
A moment, Your Honor, as I bring up this document.
Certainly.
Max, I'm going to show you transcript from the August 15, 2018 Kids Talk video. And I'd like you to follow along when I read the questions and answers, okay?
Okay.
Line 11, interviewer, why was Katie in the hospital for? Child, that was you. She was always in the hospital. I do not know why. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
This was actually the Friday before CPS came and removed you from your father's home on Sunday, June 24 of 2018, right?
Well, objection. Can we have him clarify what the word "this" means?
The sitting of Theo Cross while Katie and his father were in the hospital.
All right, so Mr. Ashcraft, you're asking whether or not Mr. Cross was sitting with the Max and Russell and perhaps the others during the time that Katie was in the hospital, and that's being asked about in that particular interview.
That's correct.
All right. Max, you understand the question?
Yes. Wait, what was the question? Can you say it one more time?
Mr.
Sure.
Ashcraft, do you want to repeat that, or do you want Ms. Jorgensen to read it?
It may be more swift if we have Ms. Jorgensen do so.
All right, thank you.
One moment, please. this was actually the Friday before CPS came and removed you from your father's home on Sunday, June 24 of 2018, right?
Judge, could you have Mr. Ashcraft clarify that question and say what the this was referring to?
I already did. That's the Theo Cross sitting for the boys on June 22, 2018, while their father and stepmother Katie were at the hospital for a heart procedure.
All right, so Max, you understand the question?
Wait, I'm confused. I'm sorry.
All right,
So the something with the heart thing. Wait, can you say it one more time? Just like straight up, just like.
would you please re-ask the question, Mr. Ashcraft?
Sure. Maybe I'll back up just a step, Judge. Max, do you recall who Theo Cross is?
Theo Cross. Is that one of my dad's friends?
Yeah, it's one of your dad's friends and business partners.
Oh, then yes, I know who that is.
And that's a gentleman who sat for you on occasion, you and your brother and siblings on occasion, when your folks were out, correct?
I can't remember one time where he babysat me.
You do think that Mr. Cross was a good man, right?
I don't even know him.
We are going to need to take another 10-minute break at this point. And so I don't know if you were getting ready to screen share something, but we need to break at this point and we'll come back in 10 minutes. Let's try to come back promptly. It's 1:45 right now. We may shut off our cameras and our sound right now.
Understood. Thank you, Judge.
I think I'm still looking for Max's video. And let me just check my iPad here.
Hi, Judge, this is Lynn. Max's computer just did to him what my laptop did to me a while ago, which is it has booted him off of Zoom. So we are getting him back in, but it may take just a moment.
All right, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, well, we are working on it.
Mr. Ashcraft and Ms. Weingarten, I wonder if we could take a few minutes to go into a breakout room and just discuss schedules while Mr. Ellen is working with the video, with Max's video. Would that be acceptable to you?
Certainly, Judge.
All right, thank you. Mr. Helen, are you there? And if so, can you give us any update on Max's video or laptop? You are muted, Ms. Weingarten. Are you suggesting you might go and try and find out what's going on?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Let's just, the rest of us stay on right now. If you want to mute and also if you want to close your video, you can certainly do that. But keep listening in case we say something that is trying to bring us all back. Let me find out if Ms. Weingarten has a report for us. Mr. Ashcraft, are you and Judge Green there? All right, and Ms. Jorgensen is here. All right. What's the situation?
So it's not good news. They've lost internet connection and they're trying to have the IT people help them.
All right. All right, well, at this point then, Counsel, I would suggest that we take a 15-minute break. I was going to say about IT individuals and also like our first responders. During this last year, we certainly have come to a better realization as to how important individuals in certain jobs are to our whole economy. So let us take, let's plan to come back at 2:30. I have 2:12 right now, and then we'll see where we are.
Understood. Thank you, Judge.
All right. And Counsel, you have my telephone number. You have my email address. So if something happens, if we're good to go in 5 minutes instead of 10 or 15, please let me know. Thank you. I'll keep checking. I did admit Max from the waiting room, so let's see. Max, are you able to hear us?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
One moment. All right, I see Counsel, Ms. Jorgensen, are you with us?
I can text her.
All right, thank you.
I am also back in case anybody was waiting for me to be back.
Thank you, Mr. Helen. We are waiting for Ms. Jorgensen, who thought we
Okay.
were having a 15-minute break, but we're able to come back before then, which is good.
Okay, thanks. Sorry.
Well, I've texted her and emailed her, so hopefully one of those
All right.
will.
Certainly.
Judge, may I ask Mr. Helland if that August 26th date works for you? Maybe he's not on.
I'm on. I am just maintaining invisibility today. Let me take a quick look. Yes.
All right, thank you.
And it, just for my clarification, because I missed that discussion, is that an additional date or is that our next date?
Our next date is August 6th at 1 o'clock.
Got it.
Then we have August 23rd.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Wait, can I add something? We have to come back August 6th?
We're just
Oh.
talking about the
Oh.
hearing itself.
Yeah,
Matt.
because we're doing
So
something else.
those are discussions that we were having outside of everyone else's hearing because
Yeah,
it wasn't necessary for others to hear. So thank you.
But Judge, I just heard Max say that he's got something going on August 6th. If we don't finish with him today, then that's going to be a concern. Can we have him tell us what's going on August 6th?
I'm going to Cedar Point with the church. So yes, August 6th. And I already paid. It's like $65 already paid.
All right, thank you. We'll have this discussion, continue this discussion later.
Sure.
And Ms. Jorgensen, if you are there, whenever you are ready to give us your video, we understand that we still had eight minutes left in our break, so you may not be there yet, but we certainly will not start without you. There you are, Ms. Jorgensen. Thank you. We were able to get Max back on before our full 15 minutes, so I think we are ready to continue. And Mr. Ashcraft, do you need or want that last question and answer reread or
No,
read?
Judge, I'm ready to proceed. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Go ahead. And Max, we've taken a break. You understand that I'm going to say you're still under oath. Let's continue. All right.
Max, I was asking you about this gentleman by the name of Theo Cross, who is a friend of your father's and also a business partner of your father's. And my question for you was whether or not you thought he was a good mate.
Oh, I don't know. So I really, you asked me if I think stuff about random strangers. Like, he's my dad's friend, he's not my friend. I don't know nothing about him.
And
Okay.
Mr. Ashcraft, I didn't get that very last word that you said, whether he was a good
Mate.
mate, M-A-T-E.
M-A-T-E, yes.
I'm not sure that I know exactly how you mean that. We were talking about him as a sitter at one point.
Yes, a sitter and someone who actually drove the kids around at a critical time, in this case, in June of 2018.
And that is what your word mate means in this instance?
Actually, I'm going to ask Max.
All right, go ahead. Didn't mean to interrupt, but I just had not heard that term. Go ahead.
Understood. I didn't know if it was the colloquial British expression of a friend or what it was, but in any event. May I proceed?
Yes.
Thank you. Max, and during the June 28, 2018 Kids Talk, you had an exchange with the interviewer with regard to issues related to Katie keeping all of your dad's money in a car seat. And if you look at line 5, can you see that with me? Are you with me?
Yeah.
Okay. Line 5 says, interviewer, so Katie took all dad's money to the car seat. You said he was in the kitchen with a coworker. What's the coworker's name? And then you responded, Theodore Cross. He's a good mate. You remember that?
I think something must have been misheard. I don't think I said mate. I think that was a typo or something. But
Well, did you mean good man?
I think something was misheard. Like,
So
because this is typed out, so.
So you don't have any idea what you meant when you answered Theo Cross, he's a good mate?
I have no clue. I think because, it was recorded, somebody typed this out, they misheard something. That's what I think happened, because I never in my life had a phase where I was saying mate.
Okay.
Max, you
Now,
never in your life had a what?
A phase where I was going around saying mate.
Okay, thank you.
Now, do you recall a time, Max, when you were with Theo and specifically the issue of the health of Katie was at issue, and you spoke and spent some time with Theo during which he consoled you with regard to her condition and that everything was going to be okay? You recall that?
I don't know. I don't really remember too much about him. Maybe I did then, but I don't know barely. I know his name, and I know he's light skinned. That's all I know about him.
You actually told him that you felt guilty about secretly communicating with your mom, didn't you?
I don't remember.
And you told him what your mother had told you about getting back together, right?
No,
That never occurred?
I don't think so. I definitely don't remember. I can say that 100%.
In fact, it was Theo who was babysitting for you and Russell and your other siblings when your dad and Katie were at the hospital on June 22 of 2018, wasn't it?
I don't know. I don't remember dates.
And during that time, you contacted your mother and you told her that your dad and Katie were gone from the house, didn't you?
No.
And your mom called the CPS and the police, didn't she?
No, not that I remember.
And the police came and CPS came as well to the house. Recall that?
When?
June 22 of 2018.
I don't remember a time where I told my mom that I was home by myself, maybe, but I definitely don't remember it. And June 22nd, I think CPS did come.
And the police and...
I need that to be a little bit louder, please.
Okay. And Max, I did not hear what you said. I do remember or I don't remember.
I think CPS did come on June 22nd, but I don't remember telling my mom. I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm just saying I don't remember telling my mom I was home by myself.
All right. Go ahead, Mr. Ashcraft.
Thank you, Judge. And the police and CPS arrived because they were investigating a complaint that you and your siblings were home alone, right?
I don't know.
But you weren't home alone because you were specifically with Mr. Cross, who was sitting for you, right?
I don't know. I don't even remember this time.
This was during that period of time when your mom was working with you and Russell for purposes of acquiring custody of you, correct?
No, because we weren't working, nothing.
Do you recall the police arriving, though, with CPS and doing some sort of an investigation?
Not the time you're talking about, no.
I beg your pardon?
Not the specific time you're talking about.
Mr. Ashcraft, could you pinpoint the time that you're talking about? I'm a little confused as to which date you're talking about, the 22nd or the 24th, or just generally around that time.
No, Judge, it's actually June 22 of 2018. It was 2 days before they were removed on the 24th.
All right, so go ahead then, continue.
Thank you. And when you were with Theo on this occasion, you explained to him that you didn't know the difference between truth and a lie, didn't you?
That's a lie.
You never said that to Theo Cross?
No.
Your mom had told you at that time, specifically on June 24 of 2018, that she didn't want you to go with her. Instead, she wanted you to go with her mother-in-law, correct?
She never told me that. She told the police that, and the police told me.
And you had never met her mother-in-law, correct?
Yes, I did. I know who she is. I met her plenty of times, especially before I lived with my dad.
I'm showing you what has previously been marked in the case. I'm showing you an email thread dated June 24, 2018. You see that?
Yeah.
You testified earlier that Corey's Cards is your mom's email address, right?
Yes.
Do you recognize this email thread?
Yeah.
And this is an email thread that's between Russell and your mom, correct?
Yeah, I guess.
And let me point your attention to the bottom, 3:24 p.m., where Russell says to your mother, they said it is not likely that we are going with you, but it is possible. Did you write that or did Russell write that?
I don't know.
And then at 3:28, 4 minutes later, your mom responded, I want to go to my mother-in-law's, not with me. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And then 1 minute later, she responded, if you go with people your daddy knows, he will be able to get to you. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, how was it that you were actually taken to your mother's house after you were removed on June 24th of 2018?
Man, you confusing me. I do not know what you're talking about. Like 1 second we're talking about Grammy. The next second we're talking about when I was removed from. Can you stay on the topic? You're confusing me. I don't know, because I cannot keep on track. I don't know what you're talking about. How was it that I went to my mom's house? Do I know the answer to that question?
Well, you've indicated that you have certain recollections and certain memories, Mr. Or Max, and I'm trying to explore those things with you and specifically talk about something that's very important. Do you recall how you were transported and how you got to your mom's house after you were removed from your dad and stepmom's house June 24th of 2018?
I didn't make the decision. You got to ask the CPS or whoever decided I go to the house. That I don't know.
Where were you taken after you were removed on June 24th of 2018?
My cousin's house, cousin April's house.
And were you taken to China's house at some point?
Yes.
When?
I don't know. Some days after.
By whom?
Theo.
So Theo took you to China's house?
Yes.
Why? Why did he do that?
I don't know.
Do you recall the discussions that you had in the car on the way?
No.
When's the last time you talked to Theo, Max?
I do not know this man. I don't know. You think I texted him yesterday? I don't know him.
This was consistent with the plan that you and your brother and your mom were orchestrating to get back, for you boys to get back with her, correct?
I was 10 years old. Do you think I was a mastermind at 10 years old?
I don't know. Is the answer to my yes or
I knew
no?
you was retarded.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I said no.
Did you ever have any growth works sessions with your mom?
What?
Did you ever have any supervised parenting time sessions with your mom?
No.
When was the first time that you saw your mom? Strike that. Did you ever meet with an individual that was there for purposes of monitoring or being with you and your mother while your mother visited with you?
No, why would that happen?
Max, could you pull your camera so that I can see your face a little better?
Yeah, this thing is mounted up on something. Wait, is
I
this
can,
better?
yeah, that's
Wait,
fine. It
yeah,
may have been just
I
that you
was
had your head.
drawing.
Okay,
Yeah, my bad.
all right.
Yeah, all right. Wait, I'm gonna put, all right, there we go. Is it good? Wait,
That's
yeah.
fine. If it gets low again, I'll let you know. Go ahead, Mr. Ashcraft.
Thank you, Judge. Do you recall my question?
No, what was it?
Did you visit with your mom at any time after she lost custody of you and Russell in 2015?
No.
How about in 2016?
Nope, not 2017, not 2018.
Do you know whether or not she tried to establish a relationship with you through a supervised parenting program?
Why would she need a
Objection.
supervised parenting program?
There's an objection. Just a moment, Max. What's the objection?
The objection is hearsay. If he became aware, it was because somebody told him.
Mr. Ashcraft, response.
Not for the truth of the matter being asserted, Judge. It's just a question of whether or not he was aware that his mother had attempted to establish contact through a supervised parenting program.
Then it is for the truth of the matter asserted.
All right, I'm going to overrule, I'm sorry, I'm going to sustain the objection. I remember that you asked the question with respect to the supervised parenting before, and I think you got to your question.
Wait,
One
okay.
here.
All right. All right, thank you.
All right. So we want to make sure we have your attention, Max.
All right.
So that objection is sustained. Continue, Mr. Ashcraft.
Wait,
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, one moment.
All right. I like it like this. All right.
So is someone trying to assist you in how your camera could be so that we could see you better?
Yeah.
All right, so that is good for me. I can see you just fine. Counsel, you're able to see Max?
Yes.
All right, let's continue, please.
Judge, I do have just one procedural question. It looked like Max handed some papers to someone. I would appreciate knowing what that was and where they were.
All right, I do remember when I asked Max to adjust his camera, he said he was drawing. I don't know if that's that or not, but Counsel, if you'd like to take time to see what that was, certainly we can do that. Max, let me just ask you, someone took some papers from you. What was that?
My drawing. I was drawing and he took the notepad, I took the paper. It's a drawing. I just drew it. You want to see it? Look, I'm drawing random stuff. I'm not looking at a script. I already know that's what he's going to try to say.
Oh, it's a legitimate question to ask. And then, because as you recall, I indicated that there should not be anyone in the room with you. I know that Mr. Helen has come in a couple of times to help out with technical issues. So it was certainly a legitimate question. I think we're ready to continue then, Mr. Ashcraft.
Thank you, Judge. Max, you told the Kids Talk interviewer on June 28th of 2018 that while you were living with your dad and stepmom, Katie, from 2015 to 2018, that you were never allowed to leave the house to visit other people, didn't you?
I don't know. I said, I don't know.
Thank you. I'm showing you the transcript from that Kids Talk interview. Interviewer, did you guys ever leave the house to go visit other people? You answered no. Did I read it correctly?
Yes.
Well, that wasn't true, was it?
What? She said, did you ever leave the house to go visit other people? I said no. What was she? Why she asked that? Was she talking about a specific thing? That doesn't mean it's a lie.
Did you leave the house to visit people or not, Max?
It depends. I don't know.
You left the house to visit people all the time, didn't you?
Max, do you understand the question?
Yes, I'm trying not to say anything because I really don't want to get in trouble.
And so just a yes or a no would be sufficient. As I said, there is going to be an opportunity for Ms. Weingarten to ask additional questions if she wants to, if something is unclear. But at this point, we need, if you understand the question, a response of yes or no.
All right, no.
You, in fact, did visit people all the time between spring of 2015 and June of 2018, outside the house, didn't you?
No. Were you in my body? How would you know? You sound retarded as hell because all the time, no. Okay? Shut the fuck up, you stupid ass faggot. Leave me alone, you stupid ass fucking. Get the fuck out of my fuck. I hate you, stupid ass fucking bitch. Leave me alone. Damn it, I don't even want to be here.
All right. And so
Woke me up
right
at fucking 6 o'clock to call me a liar and retarded, talking about I don't know the difference between the truth and a lie. You're the retarded one, you stupid ass fucking racist. Get the fuck out of my head.
All right, Max.
I don't even want to be here. I want to go home. You did this to me on purpose. You don't understand how hard it was for me to keep my mouth shut, but I cannot do it.
All right, so Max, at this point, I'm going to mute you and I'm going to say some things that I want you to listen to and everybody. So at this point, we're going to take another 15-minute break. Give ourselves a chance to stretch. We're going to come back. There will be additional questions from Mr. Ashcraft. If you can answer the question yes or no, I'm instructing you to do that, Max. I understand that this is, I'll just say, a difficult time for questions to be asked and to be answered. But at this point, this is where we are in this particular hearing. And I know it's not something that you asked to happen, that is to come in here and have to testify, but that has been discussed with you before. So at this point, we're going to take our 15-minute break. I don't know if there are some refreshments that Max can have, something, a soda, water, whatever, but we are going to take that break and then we're going to come back. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Judge, is it just me and you?
Judge Green, I can hear a little sound from your mic. I know it's muted, but I think I can hear a little something and just wanted to alert you to that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We are waiting for the court reporter to sign back in to make sure she's got a nice, steady internet connection.
Alright. Yeah, I did.
Thank you. We are waiting on the court reporter to sign back in, Max, so we're not starting yet.
But the court reporter just texted me asking me to tell you that she has to reboot.
Okay, very good. Ms. Jorgensen, it appears that you've come back into the meeting. If you could show us your video, please, and you are muted.
I apologize, Judge. Can you hear me?
Yes.
See, no, I can't hear.
Still unable to hear?
Lynn is able to hear.
Thank you. Jorgensen, well, she can't hear me.
I cannot hear.
Maybe this just wasn't meant to be.
I'll be right back. I'm going to stay on video though.
Certainly.
Would someone say something?
Yes. Are you able to hear us?
I will try calling in. Thank you, Judge.
Ms. Jorgensen, are you able to hear us? And you're still on mute right now. I don't know if you intend to be, and if that's your laptop or your phone.
Okay, I apologize again. Can you hear me, Judge?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Just let us know when you're ready.
I'm ready, thank you.
All right, thank you. We are back. It is 3:31, and we had a break longer than we had planned to, but we were able to get a lot of discussion done as far as the future schedule. Max, I am noting again that you are still under oath. We're going to continue the testimony in just a moment. During the time that we were on break, I understand that you were able to talk with Miss Camilla, or that she mentioned to you that this is not fun for you. Everybody understands that, but that this is the process that we are going through. And so everyone has their particular roles that they're playing. We asked you, however, if knowing that you have the appointment on August 6th, that's already been paid for, that you're looking forward to, whether you would want to stop where we were at about 3 o'clock or at that time, or just move on to the next date that you will be coming back to testify. And I think you stated that as far as your input, you wanted to go as far as possible today and then come back when it's time for you to continue your testimony. Do I have that correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Counsel, are we ready then to proceed to continue with Mr. Ashcraft's cross-examination?
Yes, Your
Ready to
Honor.
proceed.
All
Ready to
right.
proceed, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Go ahead, Mr. Ashcraft.
Thank you. Max, you testified on March 12 of 2019 that you told your Grammy about being abused.
All right,
almost-
just one moment.
He was just telling me to look up.
Okay, all right, thank you. We see you fine now. Continue, Mr. Ashcraft.
Thank you, Judge. Max, you testified on March 12 of 2019 that you told your Grammy about being abused like almost every time you saw her, correct?
Yes.
Although during the June 28, 2018 Kids Talk interview, your Nana, not your grandmother, was the only one who ever heard any abuse, correct?
I don't know.
Mr. Ashcraft, could you clarify your question? I heard you say your Nana was the only one who ever heard. Are you saying that that was his testimony at that particular time, or what was your question actually asking?
Yes.
Okay,
That was his testimony, correct?
thank you.
Max, I'm showing you transcript from your testimony, lines 10, 11, and 12. Interviewer, we talked about Nana. Did anyone else hear you or Russell getting beat up? Child, that was you. No, no one else. Did I read that correctly?
Yes. I was talking about a specific time.
Yet at the August 15, 2019 Kids Talk, after you had been living with your mother for 2 months, you told the interviewer that your Grammy heard your beatings too, right?
It was 2 different times. I'm talking about a specific time when somebody heard that specific time.
Is that right?
Yes.
You testified that you felt miserable at home because Katie was super mean to you, right?
Yes.
And when you say super mean to you, you meant that she was treating you differently, you and Russell differently than her own kids?
To be honest, she was mean to everybody, even her own kids.
So describe for me, if you would please, how she was super mean to you.
I don't know, a mean person, a nasty person.
Can you
Look
give
at
me
yourself. Look at yourself. That's my example.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
I said, look at yourself. That's my example. Do you want me to spell it?
Meaning me?
Yes, you.
All right, so I'm going to stop right now. Mr. Ashcraft is asking a question. I believe, Mr. Ashcraft, you were asking for examples. So Russell, if you have examples of what you meant by the way Katie acted that was super mean to you, that's what I would like to hear. Mr. Ashcraft, am I correct? Was that the question that you had?
Precisely, Your Honor.
All right. So examples of Katie, things that she did that you would describe, or that you did describe it at that time as super mean, if you know.
I don't know, all sorts of stuff. Just a mean person. Like unnecessary things that no. It wasn't nothing illegal. All the stuff was legal. She was just mean.
Did she beat you?
No.
At your June 28, 2018 Kids Talk interview, you said that Katie, as you described as your mom, gave you a black eye. Is that true?
I was probably, no, that's not true.
Max, I'm showing you the transcript from the interview. Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay. At the bottom, line 26 on page number 2, I'm going to read the questions and the answers. Just follow along and make sure I read it accurately, okay?
Okay.
You said, yes, my mom lies. She said that she didn't give me a black eye, and she did. She said that everything I said didn't happen. Interviewer, sorry, you said your mom, child, stepmom. Did I read that correctly?
I don't know, maybe I was confused. I don't know what I was talking about. Because,
I'm
I
sorry.
don't remember that happening. Maybe I was confused. I don't know. I don't remember that happening.
Katie also used makeup to cover it up so you could go to school, didn't she?
I don't remember this.
I'm showing you another section of your transcript here on page number 3. I'll read the questions and answers and follow along, please. Line 5, interviewer, so your mom lied.
Mr. Ashcraft, I don't see it yet.
That's because I did not push the button. Sorry about that. There now?
Yes.
Thank you. Line 5, please, Max. Follow along with me. Interviewer, so your mom lies because she says that she didn't give you a black eye, and she did, right? You, it wasn't black. She used makeup to cover it so I can go to school. Interviewer, so she used makeup to cover it up? You, yes, I think that's why they beat me up too. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
In fact, Max, you really don't remember much back then in 2018 when you were approximately 7, right?
Yes.
And you complained a lot to your Grammy about how mean Katie was to you, didn't you?
Yes.
And you told Kids Talk and CPS that Katie would lie on you to get you in trouble with your dad, didn't you?
Yes.
On June 28 of 2018, during your interview with Kids Talk, you told the interviewer that Katie gave you a black eye but covered it up with makeup, right?
Yes.
But you never mentioned anything about your Grammy giving Katie any makeup for touch-ups during that interview, did you?
I don't know.
At the June 28, 2018 Kids Talk interview, you also stated at Kids Talk that Katie smacked you in the head and punched you in the chest and shoulder, right?
Yes.
Mr. Ashcraft, do you mean to continue sharing your screen?
Not necessary, thank you.
Thank you.
You also claimed that once Katie gave you a black eye, pulled your hair, and ripped your t-shirt, correct?
Yes, I remember that.
And you told CPS, Ms. Apple, about Katie's abuse, right?
Yes.
But you never told them that your Grammy knew anything about Katie's abuse of you, did you?
I don't know.
And one time in particular that you were complaining about Katie to Grammy, she sat you down in her bedroom and asked what's really going on, didn't she?
No, I don't remember that.
And when she did that, you burst into tears and said that you really missed your mom, right?
No, I do not remember that.
I didn't hear what you said at the end, please.
I said no.
You also had secret contact with your mother during that 3-year period that you lived with your dad and Katie, didn't you?
No.
Although you knew the court had ordered that your mom could only have supervised visits with you and Russell at the GrowthWorks agency, right?
You can say whatever you want about me. Don't say nothing about my mom, because you're lying right now.
So Max, is your answer no to that question or yes to that question?
No, and it's making me mad that he even said some stuff about like that.
All right, now, as we explained earlier, Mr. Ashcraft will be asking some questions that are not, that are difficult or not fun to answer at all, but I need you to continue answering yes or no if you know the answer to the question, and if you don't, to say that you don't know, as witnesses can say if they don't know. Mr.
Judge, can I please ask you something?
Not right now.
Okay.
All right. Mr. Ashcraft,
Thank you,
continue,
Your
please.
Honor. Thank you. Max, I'm showing you the transcript from the August 30, 2019 criminal trial. I'll read the questions and answers, and if you would please kindly go along with me on page 114 and confirm that I read them correctly, okay? Question. Okay, and now, as far as with your mother, okay, would it be fair to say at this time you're allowed to have contact with your mother? Answer, yes. Question, okay, and there was a reason why, right? Answer, yes. Question, okay, that you were not allowed to have contact with her except for a supervised visit, right? Answer, yes. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And you blamed your dad and Grammy for that, didn't you?
No.
Objection, Your Honor. He's having him read a transcript without asking a question about whether he ever said that before. So he's not impeaching and he's not refreshing his recollection because he hasn't asked the question.
Any response, Mr. Ashcraft?
I guess I don't understand what's being said.
Ms. Weingarten, would you
Yes.
further your objection?
Yes, my objection is that he can't show Max a transcript without asking him a question that precedes the showing of a transcript. He can use the transcript to impeach or to refresh recollection, but there was no question asked of Max that allows the showing of that part of the transcript.
The transcript, I'm sorry, the transcript that I just showed and have now taken down, you're saying?
The
After-
part where he was talking about blame. There were no questions put to Max about who blamed who for anything.
That I wasn't showing a transcript. That was a transcript I just finished with, and I was taking it down. I was moving to a completely different question. I haven't even put anything up yet.
All right, so I am going to sustain the objection. I do understand that you were in the process of taking it down. It just so happened that that next part of the transcript had that wording in it that Ms. Weingarten is talking about. So that is what I understand her objection is based on.
Understood. If that were the case, I apologize, but
Yes.
it's different. So may I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
And you blamed your dad and Grammy for that, right, Max?
No.
I'm showing you another section of your transcript. Page 114 and 115, if you would follow along with me. Line 17, okay, and you blamed your father for that, is that correct? Answer, yes. Question, okay, and in fact, you blamed your grandmother for that, correct? Answer, I didn't blame her. I don't think I did. Question,
Mr. Ashcraft, I need to stop you for a moment. I need to make sure I understand what the that is referring to. It might be somewhere just a little bit further up in the transcript, but if you could let me know what that is talking about.
yes, Judge, and it's lines 14, 15, and 16 immediately above it.
All
That
right,
you were not allowed to have contact with her except for a supervised visit.
all right. Thank you. Continue.
Thank you, Judge. Line 23 now, Max. Question, you didn't say that you didn't tell them back in August that Tracy used the law to take you away from your mom? Answer, yeah. Okay, so you did think she was partially responsible at least for taking you from your mom, right? Answer, yeah. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
In fact, on that same trial date, August 30 of 2019, you testified that you had many phone calls with your mother the last few days before CPS removed you from the home, right?
Yes.
And you also communicated with your mom, Corey, regularly by email from Christmas 2017 to June 24, 2018, when you left your dad's home, right?
No.
Do we still need the transcript up, Mr. Ashcraft?
I'm sorry, Judge, at some point I'm gonna remember these things.
That's all right.
Thank you.
Mhm.
At the June 28, 2018 Kids Talk interview, you said you lied to your dad on Friday, June 22nd, 2018, when you told him that you had phoned your mother earlier that day, right?
Yes.
On Friday, June 22nd of 2018, you had actually emailed her, not phoned her, right?
I don't know.
And you told your dad you phoned rather than emailed your mother so he would not discover what you and your mother discussed by email, right?
No.
Max, I'm showing you again a couple more pages from your transcript, your testimony of your transcript, specifically pages 15 and 16. I'll begin reading at line 22, and if you would please follow along with me to make sure I read it accurately. Interviewer, was that Sunday or Friday? You, Friday. My dad asked me how I contacted my mom. I lied and I told him that I called her. Interviewer. So between the police and CPS arrival, your dad asked you how you contacted your mom? You lied about it? You. Yes, I lied so he wouldn't find out that it was by email. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Thank you. And you also lied about emailing to your mom when you testified on August 30th of 2019, right?
I don't know.
You said that you had not been emailing her and in fact did not even have her email address correct until a couple of days before June 24 of 2018, correct?
That is true.
But at your dad's August 30, 2019 trial, his attorney confronted you with Russell's prior testimony that you and he had been in frequent communication with your mother from Christmas of 2017 to June 24 of 2018, didn't he?
You're gonna talk to Russell about that. Do I look like Russell? I don't know what he's talking about.
And so just to remind you, Max, if you don't know, then you may say, I don't know. If the answer is yes or no, please answer yes or no. Let's continue. We've got about 8 more minutes.
So you don't recall whether you did or whether you did not?
We didn't.
You were talking to her, weren't you?
No.
And she was trying to get custody of you and Russell, correct?
No. Well, not the whole time that you're talking about. She was trying to get us. She was trying to get us out of that house because I was telling her over the phone, like with the week before they came and got us, everything that was going on. So whose mom would want them to be in that situation? So she was trying to just get us out of that dangerous home.
And also contacting CPS, right?
What?
Objection, hearsay.
Mr. Ashcraft, a response.
Judge, that it's his understanding as to whether that she was doing something to try to get him out of the home, as he explained it. And what I asked about specifically was to gain custody of he and Russell. It's not for the truth of it, it's whether or not steps were being taken for the plan.
That was not the question he asked. He asked about calling CPS.
I also didn't hear the question that way, but if either you want to rephrase it or if you want Ms. Jorgensen to read it back, we can make sure maybe I heard it wrong.
Well, how about if we do that and then maybe I can cure it?
All right, Ms. Jorgensen, if you would read the last question, please.
Question, and also contacting CPS, right?
All right, and that is the question that you were objecting to, Ms. Weingarten?
Correct. The only way he would know if she contacted CPS is if somebody told him that.
Mr. Ashcraft, any response before I make a decision on this?
Yes, Judge. Again, it's not for the truth of the matter asserted. It's specifically to demonstrate that these steps were being taken as part of a plan.
Objection is sustained. I'll ask you to move on, please.
Thank you. You admitted during your August 30, 2019 testimony that before June 24 of 2018, when you were removed from your dad's home, you never told anybody about any abuse by your dad or stepmother except your mother, didn't you?
No.
Judge,
If
while
I
Mr.
did,
Ashcraft is getting that up, he keeps referring to the criminal trial as August 30th, and it was not August, it was October.
Thank you. Mr. Ashcraft, is that your information on the date of the criminal trial?
Judge, to be completely candid, I have it down as August 30th, 2019. It very well could be a typographical error in my index. But I don't believe there's a dispute that it occurred one of those two dates.
You know what? He is right. It's my typographical error.
All right, thank you both. Mr. Ashcraft, I think you were getting ready to share your screen.
Yes, thank you, Judge. Next, I'm showing you more of your transcript from the August 30, 2019 criminal trial, specifically page number 108. I'll read the questions and answers like we've been doing. Just follow along with me, please. Answer, they did. Question, how long after? Well, you were hit. Did the police show up? Answer, 20 minutes. Question, 20 minutes after you were hit? Answer, yeah. I'm not saying exactly 20 minutes, around 20 minutes. Okay, and where were you when that happened? Answer, in the kitchen. And I used the wrong citation. Sorry about that.
Is there something you want from me?
No, sir, I'm bringing it up. I'm now showing you the correct page, Max, from your criminal trial transcript, page 109. The questions and answers, please follow along. Question, and you were removed from the house at that point in time, correct? Answer, yes. Question, okay, and did you ever tell anybody about these past incidents? Bless you. Answer, no. Did I read that correctly?
Max, did you hear that question?
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear it. I didn't hear the answer.
So the question was, did Mr. Ashcraft read that information correct that he's showing from page 109?
Oh, yes, he did.
Thank you.
Thank you. But again, you didn't tell the truth when you testified that you first told your mother about the abuse only 2 days before June 24th of 2018, correct?
What? If I said, I think I know what she's talking about. I think she's talking about a specific thing when I'm confused because you all over the place. She asked me, did I tell anybody else? If what we were talking about was what I think we were talking about, yes, I only told my mom about that. And no, I didn't lie.
Let me show you page 109 of your transcript. Follow along with the questions and answers, please. Question, okay, you didn't tell your mom? Answer, oh, I did tell my mom, but I thought you meant like during the 3 years. At the end, yeah, did tell my mom. Question, before, right? Answer, before that? Question, yeah. Answer, no. Like the last 2 days is when I first started talking to my mom. Question, the last 2 days? Answer, that we were there. Question, that you were there? That's what I mean. The first time you started talking to your mom about it? Answer, yeah. Did I read that correctly?
Yeah.
Mr. Ashcraft and Ms. Weingarten, We are at 4 o'clock. And this is the time that we had planned in our schedules that we would need to stop today. Mr. Ashcraft, Ms. Weingarten, is this the time for you?
Yes, Judge, I was going to a different subject.
All right, very good. So at this time, then, we are going to stop the live streaming and excuse the witness. When we come back for you, Max, that will be on the 23rd, not on August 6th, but on the 23rd. And we'll make sure you know what time and whatnot, but usually we start at 9:30. We started early today. Counsel, is there anything else before I excuse the witness for today?
Could we go in a side room after the witness is excused?
Certainly. Just wanted to excuse the witness and to stop the live streaming. Max, the only thing that I will say to you is what I've been saying all along and what I said before. You are still under those orders. So you are required not to talk to anyone about your testimony. It is a long process. It will be over at one point, but meanwhile, we won't see you on the 6th, but we'll see you on the 23rd. All right?
What's going to happen if I don't come back and testify?
So I'm going to leave you to discuss that with disciplinary counsel. And for today, I will excuse your presence. Thank you. All right, so we're going to go back into the sidebar room as we've been doing.